Looking back now, it feels less like a memory and more like a stain, an ugly splotch burned onto the canvas of my life. Most people remember their first kiss or the day they graduated. I remember the 30-second scream. It happened in the Uintas, that vast, untamed wilderness in northeastern Utah. I'd spent countless weeks of my life in those mountains, hiking and backpacking, ever since I was a teenager. Now, in my late 30s, the Uintas were practically a second home. My wife Sarah and I were experienced outdoorsmen, not reckless thrill seekers. We knew the trails, the weather patterns, and how to pack for any contingency. We were the kind of people who checked the forecast twice, told someone where we were going, and carried an emergency satellite communicator. We prided ourselves on being prepared. That particular trip, though, felt different from the start. It was early September, a time when the aspens begin to shimmer gold and the daytime heat gives way to crisp, cool nights. Perfect backpacking weather. Our plan was to explore a cluster of unnamed lakes in a particularly remote section of the High Uintas Wilderness, an area we'd marked on a topo map years ago but never quite gotten around to. No marked trails led there, just faint game paths and sheer granite. It was exactly the kind of solitude we craved, the kind of place where you could believe you were the only humans for 50 miles. The hike in was tough, as expected. We gained a couple thousand feet of elevation, scrambling over boulders and through dense pine forests. By the time we reached the first of the unnamed lakes, the sun was dipping below the western peaks, painting the sky in fiery oranges and purples. It was beautiful, breathtakingly so, but there was an unusual stillness in the air, the kind of silence that feels heavy, not peaceful. Even the usual chirps of crickets seemed muted, almost hesitant. We picked a campsite on a small, rocky peninsula that jutted into the lake, offering sweeping views and a natural windbreak. Setting up camp was routine, pitching the tent, filtering water, firing up the tiny stove for our dehydrated dinner. Everything was by the book. But as darkness swallowed the last slivers of twilight, that heavy silence deepened. It wasn't just the absence of noise, it felt like a presence, a watchful quiet. My internal monologue, usually a buzzing hive of thoughts, seemed to quiet down too. After dinner, we sat by the cold lake, sipping hot tea. The stars were incredible, a dizzying tapestry of light undiluted by any distant city glow. Normally, this was our favorite part of any trip, just existing in the vastness, feeling small and insignificant in the best possible way. But tonight, it felt different. I found myself scanning the tree line, a nervous habit I usually only developed when camping alone. Sarah, who usually got lost in stargazing, was also unusually quiet, her gaze occasionally drifting towards the dark shapes of the surrounding peaks. "Think we made a mistake coming this far off trail?" I asked, just to break the silence. Sarah shrugged. "Just feels lonely, doesn't it?" It wasn't loneliness she was describing, I realized. It was something else, a subtle unease that had settled over us like a fine mountain mist. We turned in earlier than usual, the chill in the air and the strange quiet conspiring to send us into the relative warmth of our sleeping bags. Inside the tent, the nylon walls felt thin, almost transparent, against the immense darkness outside. I pulled my buff over my ears, trying to block out the oppressive stillness. It must have been close to midnight when it happened. I was drifting in that half-sleep state, not quite dreaming but not fully awake, when a sound ripped through the quiet. It wasn't close, not yet, but it was undeniable. A long, drawn-out cry, high-pitched and raw, echoing through the canyons. It sounded human, horrifyingly, unmistakably human, and it lasted for exactly 30 seconds. I knew because I was counting, my heart suddenly hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. Then, just as suddenly, it was gone, replaced by a silence that felt even deeper, more profound than before. It was the kind of quiet that waited, held its breath, and forced you to hold yours right along with it. My breath hitched, catching somewhere between my throat and my lungs. Sarah's body next to mine was suddenly rigid, an arrow drawn taut. I felt her hand instinctively reach for mine, fumbling in the dark until our fingers locked, hers icy cold. The air in the tent, already thin with the elevation, felt suddenly depleted, suffocating. Every nerve ending in my body was screaming, mirroring the echo that still reverberated in my mind. Did you hear that? Sarah whispered, her voice a fragile thread, barely audible above the frantic thumping of my own heart. I couldn't speak, my mouth was dry, my tongue thick. All I could manage was a short, sharp nod, a convulsive movement in the dark. It sounded human, she continued, the whisper barely holding itself together. Oh God, it sounded human. The word hung in the air, a terrible pronouncement. Human. In this remote, unmarked wilderness, miles from any trail or human habitation, the implication was monstrous. Was someone hurt, dying, or, a far more terrifying thought, was someone else out here, someone who shouldn't be? We lay there perfectly still, listening, not just with our ears, but with every fiber of our beings. The silence that followed the scream was no longer heavy. It was a vacuum, pulling all sound, all sense of safety into its void. I strained my ears for any follow-up cry, any rustle, any sign that the nightmare was continuing. There was nothing, just the frantic drumbeat in my chest and the desperate rhythm of Sarah's breathing next to me. Minutes stretched into an eternity. My imagination, usually a gentle companion in the wilderness, turned into a tormentor. I pictured someone, mangled and alone, somewhere out in the impenetrable blackness. Or worse, I pictured something else out there, something that had caused the scream. The latter thought was a cold, venomous tendril that snaked through my gut, coiling into a knot of pure dread. "What was that, Mark?" Sarah finally asked, her voice trembling. I pulled her closer, wrapping my arm around her, though I found little comfort in the gesture. My own fear was a palpable thing, a cold sweat dampening my brow. "I don't know, honey, I honestly don't know." I tried to inject some calmness into my voice, but it came out as a raspy croak. Maybe an animal, a mountain lion. They can sound almost human sometimes." It was a weak lie, and we both knew it. We'd heard mountain lions before, heard coyotes, bears, elk bugling. This was different. This was not an animal sound. This was a shriek of pure, unadulterated terror, a scream ripped from a human throat. The sustained, unwavering pitch, the raw agony in it, no animal I'd ever heard could replicate that. Sarah was quiet for a long moment, then she said, her voice barely a whisper, "It was too long for an animal, Mark. 30 seconds. You counted, didn't you?" My heart sank. She was right. I had counted 30 seconds of unholy sound. It felt like an accusation, a confirmation of the horrifying truth. "Okay," I said, trying to force a semblance of control into the situation. "Okay, let's just stay calm. Whatever it was, it's over now. It's quiet." But the quiet was the problem. It wasn't a peaceful quiet. It was the quiet of a predator after the kill, or the quiet of a victim abandoned. It was a listening quiet. We spent the rest of the night in a state of hyper-alertness. Every rustle of the tent fabric, every subtle shift of the wind, every distant hoot of an owl magnified into a potential threat. My eyes were wide open in the darkness, staring at the unseen ceiling of the tent, my mind racing through every possible, impossible scenario. I thought of our satellite communicator, tucked away in my pack. Should I have grabbed it? Should I have called someone? But what would I say? We heard a scream in the middle of nowhere. It sounded insane, and the scream had stopped. What if it was a prank? What if it was something explainable? I tried to rationalize, to find a logical explanation, but none came. The sheer remoteness of our location mocked every attempt. When the first slivers of dawn finally began to paint the eastern sky with a pale, anemic light, I felt a physical easing of the suffocating dread. The darkness had been the worst enemy, a canvas for every terrifying thought. As the shapes of the pines emerged from the gloom, then the rocky shore of the lake, and finally the distant peaks, a fragile sense of reality began to reassert itself. "We need to get out of here," Sarah said, her voice hoarse from disuse and fear. I nodded, pushing myself up to a sitting position. My muscles were stiff, my head pounding from lack of sleep. Agreed, but first we need to decide. Do we just pack up and go, or do we try to find out what happened? She turned to face me, her eyes red-rimmed and shadowed, reflecting the same terror that gnawed at my own soul. Find out what happened. Mark, that scream came from that direction. She gestured vaguely towards the northeast, the direction we had unconsciously pinpointed the sound as coming from. That's even deeper into uncharted territory. And what if we find something awful? Or worse, what if we find nothing? Or what if we find someone who needs help? I countered, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. The moral dilemma was immediate and stark. As experienced outdoorsmen, we prided ourselves on preparedness and also on our sense of responsibility. Leaving someone potentially injured or in distress felt wrong, a betrayal of everything we stood for. But heading towards the unknown, the source of that scream that felt like madness. "We heard a scream," Sarah said slowly, as if testing the words. "It's gone now. What if whoever screamed is gone too? Or what if they don't want to be found?" Her voice dropped to a barely audible whisper on the last phrase, sending another shiver down my spine. The unspoken implication was chilling. What if the source of the scream was also the source of danger? I got out of my sleeping bag, pulling on my hiking pants and a fleece. The air inside the tent was cold, but the thought of stepping out into the crisp mountain air, into the place where that sound had occurred, was even colder. Let's just make some coffee, get some warmth in us. We can talk about it more clearly. We moved through the motions of breaking camp, each action deliberate and stiff, as if moving underwater. The usual morning chatter was absent, replaced by a tense, heavy silence. Every snap of a buckle, every rustle of fabric seemed amplified. Our eyes kept darting to the tree line, to the distant ridges, as if expecting to see something emerge from the shadows. The lake, which had been so beautiful just yesterday, now looked dark and forbidding, reflecting the gray, uncertain sky. I fired up the stove, the hiss of the propane a jarring sound in the quiet. While the water heated, I retrieved the topo map from my pack. We spread it out on the tent floor, tracing our finger over the intricate lines, the unnamed lakes, the steep canyons. "Okay," I said, pointing to our approximate location. The scream sounded like it came from roughly here. My finger landed on a cluster of jagged, unnamed peaks and a deep, narrow canyon, even more remote than where we currently were. It's probably another 3 or 4 miles, maybe more, of brutal scrambling. No trails, just sheer rock and thick pine. Sarah knelt beside me, her gaze fixed on the map. "That's practically a day's hike, Mark, and a dangerous one even without this." She tapped the spot with her finger. "What if we go all that way and there's nothing, or just a dead animal, or a dead person?" I finished for her, the grim reality hanging between us. We drank our instant coffee, the hot liquid doing little to thaw the knot of ice in my stomach. The sun was now fully up, washing the mountains in a harsh, bright light that seemed to mock our lingering fear. It was a beautiful day, pristine and clear. The the kind of day that usually filled me with joy and a profound sense of peace. Today, it felt like a betrayal. "What's the alternative?" I asked, finally breaking the silence. "We just pack up, walk away, and pretend it didn't happen. What if someone out there is dying? What if it was a child?" The last word was a cruel twist of the knife. We didn't have children, but the thought of a lost, injured child out here was unbearable. Sarah squeezed her eyes shut for a moment. I know, I've been thinking the same thing." She opened her eyes, meeting my gaze, and I saw the internal battle raging there, responsibility warring with primal fear. But we're not search and rescue. We're two backpackers way off grid. If we get into trouble, who helps us? She had a point. Our emergency communicator was for our emergencies. Calling it in now, based on a scream, felt premature, possibly reckless. And then what? Would a helicopter come searching a whole quadrant of wilderness for a sound? "We have to at least go look," I said, my voice firming, though my stomach churned. The choice felt inevitable, an obligation etched into my very being. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I walked away. We go in that direction. We go carefully. We don't commit to anything until we see or hear something definitive. If it's nothing, or if it's too dangerous, we turn back, but we have to at least check. Sarah sighed, a long, weary exhalation that seemed to carry all the tension of the past hours. "Okay," she finally conceded, her voice small. "Okay, Mark, but we go slow. And the second it feels wrong, we turn around. Promise me." "I promise," I said, reaching for her hand again, a silent vow passing between us. Packing up the tent and gear felt different this morning. We were no longer simply moving from one beautiful campsite to another. We were embarking on a mission, a reluctant journey into a darkness that had nothing to do with nightfall. Our movements were more deliberate, our glances around the periphery more frequent. The weight of our packs felt heavier, not just with gear, but with the burden of our shared apprehension. Before we left our campsite, I pulled out my phone. It had no service, of course, but the GPS worked. I pinpointed our location and then, with Sarah peering over my shoulder, marked a general direction based on where we thought the scream had come from. The terrain was even worse than the map indicated. Steep granite slab after steep granite slab, broken by dense stands of trees, thick with undergrowth. It was going to be slow going. "We need to be silent," Sarah whispered as we set off, picking our way carefully over moss-covered boulders and through a thicket of stunted pines. "Listen for everything." And so we did. Every step was placed with meticulous care, trying to avoid snapping twigs or dislodging rocks. Our ears were stretched, our senses acutely tuned to the vast symphony of the wilderness. But today, the symphony was missing its usual comforting notes. The birds seemed quieter, the rustle of leaves less frequent. The profound silence from the night had been replaced by a subtle muteness, as if the wilderness itself was holding its breath. We hiked for an hour, then two, slowly gaining elevation, always heading roughly northeast. The terrain was relentless. We had to backtrack several times to find a passable route, often pushing through dense brush that scratched at our pants and left fine needles clinging to our clothes. The sun climbed higher, beating down on us, and the physical exertion was immense, but the mental strain was far worse. Every shadow seemed to hold a secret, every distant sound a potential clue or a new threat. "Anything," Sarah whispered, stopping to catch her breath on a particularly steep incline. I shook my head, scanning the rugged landscape ahead. Nothing, just the wind. But even the wind felt different, carrying a faint, unfamiliar scent on occasion, something metallic and faintly sweet, like overripe fruit, and something else, something I couldn't quite place, but that sparked a vague unease. It would come and go, a phantom odor, gone before I could properly identify it. The psychological toll began to mount. My mind started to play tricks on me. I thought I heard faint cries on the wind, just at the edge of hearing, only for them to vanish the moment I focused. I saw movement in the periphery of my vision, dark shapes flitting between the trees, only for them to resolve into stable trunks or sun-dappled rocks when I turned my head directly. Sarah seemed to be experiencing something similar. I saw her eyes flick to a distant ridge, her body tensing, only to relax moments later with a shaky breath. We were following a dry stream bed now, hoping it would lead us up into the canyon, a natural funnel. The rocks were loose underfoot, making progress slow and laborious. The stream bed eventually narrowed, turning into a steep gorge, the walls rising sharply on either side, casting long, cool shadows. The air grew stiller here, the faint breeze unable to penetrate the depths. It was in this gorge, after nearly 4 hours of hiking, that we found the first undeniable sign. I stopped abruptly, holding up a hand to signal Sarah. Look. Wedged between two boulders, half obscured by a fallen pine branch, was a piece of fabric. It was bright red, a synthetic material, like a piece of high-performance outdoor gear. It looked out of place, a stark splash of artificial color against the muted greens and grays of the wilderness. Sarah edged forward cautiously, a jacket or a pack cover. I knelt, carefully pulling the branch away. It was a sleeve torn from a jacket. The fabric was ripped, not cleanly cut, but shredded, as if caught on something sharp and pulled with immense force. And then I saw it, a dark, rusty stain near the cuff. Blood, I whispered, the word feeling like a curse. Sarah gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. Her eyes were wide, fixed on the stain. Oh my God, Mark, it is blood. The reality of our situation, which had been a distant, abstract fear until now, suddenly slammed into us with brutal force. This wasn't an animal. This wasn't a prank. This was real. Someone had been here. Someone had been hurt. My heart began to pound anew, but this time it was mixed with a surge of adrenaline, a desperate urgency. There was no turning back now. We had found evidence. We had to find the person. It's fresh, Sarah said, her voice shaking. She reached out, almost touching the fabric, then pulled her hand back as if burned. It hasn't dried completely. Someone was here recently. We exchanged a look. The implications were chilling. If it was recent, then the scream was recent. And if it was recent, then the person who wore this jacket might still be nearby, still in danger. We continued up the gorge, our pace quickening despite the difficult terrain. Our caution was replaced by a desperate need to find answers. We scanned every rock, every bush, every shadow. The gorge narrowed further, the walls becoming steeper, until we were practically walking in a claustrophobic tunnel of rock and ancient pine. Then, around a sharp bend, the gorge opened up into a small, bowl-shaped clearing. It was a strange place, almost perfectly circular, surrounded by sheer rock faces on 3 sides and a dense wall of trees on the 4th. The ground was relatively flat here, covered in pine needles and scattered rocks. And in the center of the clearing, we saw it. It wasn't a person, not yet. It was a campsite, or what was left of one. A small, single-person tent lay collapsed, ripped open in several places, its poles bent and snapped. A sleeping bag was half spilled out, twisted and torn. A backpack lay on its side, contents scattered, a water filter, a small stove, a few dehydrated meal packets. It was clear that this was not just abandoned. This was a scene of violence. My eyes swept across the wreckage, taking in every detail, trying to piece together the narrative. It looked like someone had been here, alone, camping, and something or someone had attacked them. The sheer force required to tear a tent like that, to rip through durable outdoor gear, it spoke of something powerful, something furious. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding weak and thin in the sudden, desolate quiet of the clearing. "Is anyone here?" No answer, only the faint echo of my own voice bouncing off the rock walls. Sarah walked towards the scattered gear, her face pale. She bent down, picking up a crumpled map. "They were heading for the same unnamed lakes," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "They were following the same general path as us, just further." My gaze was drawn to the ground near the ruined tent. There were scuff marks, deep gouges in the pine needles, as if something heavy had been dragged. And then I saw them. Footprints, not hiking boot prints like ours. These were different, larger, flatter, with an unusual pattern. And there were several sets, overlapping, indicating a struggle. But the most disturbing discovery lay a few feet away, partially hidden beneath a low-hanging pine branch. It was a hiking boot, a single, well-worn hiking boot lying on its side, and inside it, clearly visible, was a human foot. It was still attached to a leg, but the rest of the body was obscured by the branch and the dense undergrowth. The sight was like a punch to the gut. The foot was unnaturally pale, almost waxy, and the skin was wrinkled, as if it had been exposed to the elements for some time. But the boot itself looked relatively new, contradicting the appearance of the foot. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. This wasn't just someone hurt. This was a crime scene, a horrific one. Sarah saw it too, a choked sob escaping her lips. She staggered back, bumping into me, her eyes wide with shock and terror. "Oh God, Mark, oh my God." I forced myself to breathe, to think. This was beyond anything we had ever encountered. This was beyond a simple search and rescue. This was evidence of something truly terrible. "Don't touch anything," I said, my voice strained. "Don't go any closer." My gaze swept the clearing again, taking in the ripped tent, the scattered gear, the single boot with its gruesome contents. And then I saw it. Beyond the clearing, where the thick wall of trees began, was another set of drag marks leading into the deeper forest. These were clearer, more distinct, as if something heavy had been pulled through the undergrowth. My eyes followed the path of the drag marks, deeper into the dark, silent woods. A terrible, primal instinct screamed at me to run, to turn around and get out of this place as fast as humanly possible. But another, colder part of my mind, the part that had always valued reason and observation, urged me forward. We had to know, we had to find the rest, and we had to understand. "The satellite communicator," Sarah whispered, her voice barely audible. "We need to call it in, now." I nodded, already reaching for my pack. This was exactly what the device was for. This was an emergency far beyond anything we had envisioned. But as I fumbled for the pack, a new sound, faint but distinct, reached my ears. A low, guttural growls. It didn't come from behind us. It didn't come from the clearing. It came from the direction of the drag marks, from deep within the dense forest. My hand froze on my pack. Sarah heard it too. Her head snapped up, her eyes wide with a fresh wave of terror. The growl was deeper, more resonant than any animal I had ever heard in the Uintas. It wasn't a bear. It wasn't a mountain lion. It was something else, something heavy, powerful, and it sounded like it was guarding something or someone. The metallic, sweet scent, which I had only vaguely registered earlier, suddenly grew stronger, overpowering the smell of pine and damp earth. It was the scent of decay, of something putrid, mixed with that strangely sweet, sickly odor. "What was that?" Sarah breathed, clutching my arm. I didn't answer. My eyes were fixed on the tree line, on the point where the drag marks disappeared into the darkness. The growl hadn't been aggressive, not yet. It was a warning, a territorial sound. We backed away slowly, meticulously, our eyes never leaving the trees. Every nerve in my body was screaming at me to run, but some instinct held me rooted, forcing a slow, cautious retreat. We moved silently, desperately, stepping over pine needles and avoiding loose rocks. The growl didn't repeat, but the sense of being watched, of being hunted, was overwhelming. It was a physical pressure, pressing down on us from the surrounding wilderness. We retreated out of the clearing, back into the narrow gorge, our backs to the scene of carnage. The claustrophobia of the gorge, which had felt oppressive minutes ago, now offered a strange, false sense of security, as if the rock walls could protect us. Once we were out of sight of the clearing, out of range of whatever was lurking in the woods, I pulled out the satellite communicator. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped it. Sarah huddled close, peering at the small screen. I knew the protocol: press the SOS button, wait for confirmation, relay message. But what message? We found a body. We heard a growl. It felt inadequate, almost ridiculous, to reduce this horror to a few lines of text. As I held the device, my thumb hovering over the button, a new, horrifying realization dawned on me. The foot, the boot, the unnatural pallor, the wrinkled skin. It looked like it had been there for a long time, desiccated, yet the blood on the jacket was fresh, and the scream had been last night. There was a disconnect, a terrible, illogical gap in the timeline. This was not a simple attack, not a single victim. This was something far, far worse. "Wait," I whispered, pulling my thumb back. Sarah looked at me, her eyes wide with confusion and fear. The foot, it looked old, but the blood on the jacket and the scream that was fresh, last night. Her eyes narrowed, a flicker of understanding mixed with pure horror. "You mean there's more than one?" The question hung heavy in the air, a chilling confirmation of my own dawning dread. The growl, the territorial sound, what was it guarding? One body, or a gruesome collection? My mind raced, trying to process the implications. If the foot was old, then something had been here, preying on people for a while. And the scream last night, that was a new victim. This wasn't just a random act of violence. This was a pattern, a hunting ground. The wilderness, our sanctuary, had transformed into a charnel house. We had to get out, we had to report what we found, but we also had to understand what we were dealing with. Calling for help was one thing, but if we couldn't explain the situation clearly, if we couldn't warn them, we might be sending others into the same trap. We kept backing down the gorge, our retreat slow and deliberate, until we reached the wider stream bed. We needed to put distance between ourselves and that clearing, but we also needed to keep our wits about us. Panic would be our undoing. "Okay," I said, forcing myself to speak calmly, even as my heart hammered. "We need to get to higher ground, a place where we have good visibility and can watch our surroundings. Then we make the call." Sarah nodded, her face still pale, but her eyes now holding a glimmer of determination. The initial shock was giving way to a desperate need for survival. We pushed ourselves, navigating the treacherous terrain with a renewed urgency. Our objective now was not just to escape, but to escape intelligently. We needed to choose our route carefully, to avoid getting trapped in another narrow canyon or dense thicket. We aimed for a prominent granite dome we had spotted on the map, a bare, exposed peak that offered panoramic views. It would be a grueling climb, but it felt like the only safe haven. As we ascended, the world seemed to grow silent around us again, but this was a different silence. It wasn't the heavy, watchful quiet of the night, nor the muted stillness of the gorge. It was the vast, indifferent silence of the mountains, a silence that suddenly felt hostile, mocking our intrusion. Every shadow now seemed to hold a lurking menace. Every rustle of leaves was magnified into a potential threat. My senses were hyper-alert, straining to catch any sound, any movement, any hint that whatever had been in that clearing was following us. The metallic, sweet smell seemed to cling to us, a phantom presence that permeated the air. We climbed for what felt like hours, the sun now high in the sky, beating down mercilessly. Sweat stung my eyes, but I didn't dare stop, didn't dare slow down. Sarah, though visibly exhausted, matched my pace, her breathing ragged but steady. We were a single, driven unit, fueled by fear and a desperate need for survival. Finally, we reached the granite dome. It wasn't a true peak, but a high, exposed outcrop of rock, offering an unobstructed view in every direction. The climb had been brutal, requiring us to use our hands and feet to scramble up steep, slick surfaces. But the reward was immediate. The feeling of space, of being able to see for miles, offered a fragile sense of security. We dropped our packs, collapsing onto the warm rock, our lungs burning, our muscles screaming in protest. I pulled out the satellite communicator, my hand still trembling, but now with exertion as well as fear. "Okay," I gasped, taking deep, shuddering breaths. "Okay, this is it." I held up the device, my thumb hovering over the SOS button once more. But before I could press it, Sarah grabbed my arm, her grip surprisingly strong. "Look," she said, her voice a strained whisper, and she pointed. My eyes followed her gaze, sweeping across the vast, undulating landscape. We were high enough now to see a truly enormous expanse of the Uintas. Below us, the forested ridges rolled away to the horizon. In the distance, the faint shimmer of the unnamed lakes we had originally sought. And then I saw it. Far below, almost directly east of the clearing we had just fled, a wisp of smoke curled lazily upwards from among the dense tree cover. It was faint, almost invisible against the vastness of the mountains, but it was there. A campfire, perhaps, or something burning. And it wasn't just one. As I squinted, scanning the area more closely, my blood ran cold. Another wisp of smoke further north, and another a little to the south, and then a fourth closer to where we had made camp last night. They were spread out almost like markers across a vast, remote section of the wilderness. Too many, too widely dispersed for random campers, too faint for forest fires. They were carefully hidden, almost certainly deliberate. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. The scream, the scattered camp, the old foot, the fresh blood, the growl, and now these distant, hidden smoke signals. This wasn't just a lone predator. This wasn't just one deranged individual. This was something organized, something that had been operating out here in our beloved wild Uintas for longer than we could imagine, and we had stumbled right into the heart of it. I lowered the communicator, my thumb no longer hovering over the SOS button. A new, terrifying thought had taken root in my mind, one that made the growl seem like a mere whisper. If we called for help now, if we sent rescuers into this vast, booby-trapped wilderness, what would we be sending them into? And would they even know what they were looking for? No, we needed more information. As terrifying as it was, as much as every fiber of my being screamed to run, to flee, to escape, I knew with a chilling certainty that we couldn't just call for help yet. We had to understand what we were dealing with. We had to find out what those smokes were for, and what was truly hiding in these mountains. Our lives, and potentially the lives of anyone we sent in after us, depended on it. Sarah saw the look on my face, the dawning horror reflected in my eyes. She didn't need me to explain. She was already seeing the patterns, the chilling implications of the distant smoke. Her hand, which had been on my arm, now gripped it tighter, her knuckles white. "Mark," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the wind that now whipped around the exposed dome. "What is this?" The question hung in the vast, empty air, unanswered. But I knew the answer was far more monstrous than any animal, any lone killer we could have ever conceived. And we were now right in the middle of it. We weren't just lost hikers anymore. We were witnesses. And in this remote, forgotten corner of the world, witnesses rarely lived to tell their tale. The wind on the dome was a living thing, tugging at our clothes, whipping Sarah's hair across her face. But it couldn't drown out the silence that had fallen between us, a silence far more terrifying than any growl. My thumb, which had been poised over the SOS button, now felt heavy, paralyzed by a new kind of dread. The distant plumes of smoke, almost benign against the vast, blue sky, had shattered our world. "Mark," Sarah repeated, her voice thin, desperate, battling the wind. "What is this?" I looked at her, my own eyes probably mirroring the same horrified confusion. "I don't know, honey," I admitted, the lie feeling hollow. I did know in a primal, gut-wrenching way. My mind, usually so rational, was piecing together a mosaic of impossible truths. The initial fear of an injured hiker, then a lone killer, then a wild animal guarding its kill, had now morphed into something far more insidious, an organized threat, multiple locations. This wasn't random. This was calculated. "Those fires," she breathed, her gaze still fixed on the horizon. "They're not campfires, are they? Not normal ones." I shook my head slowly. No, too small, too hidden, too many, spread out over too wide an area for a few casual backpackers. And the timing. The scream last night, the fresh blood, the old foot, it doesn't add up to anything simple. The metallic, sweet odor, faint and phantom before, now seemed to cling to the very air, intensified by the heat of the sun on the rock. It was the smell of decay, yes, but mixed with something else, something cloying and strange, almost industrial. "If we call for help now," I started carefully, my voice low despite the wind, "what do we tell them? We found a foot, heard a growl and saw some smoke. They'd send in a ground team, probably a small one, to investigate. And if this is what I think it might be." My words trailed off, the implication hanging heavy in the air. If this was an organized operation, then a small search party would be walking into a trap, blind and unprepared. We would be responsible. Sarah's eyes met mine, and I saw the same terrible logic forming in her mind. Her grip on my arm tightened, almost painfully. We'd be sending them to their deaths. It was a chilling thought, but undeniably true. We were no longer simply victims in danger. We were witnesses with a responsibility, not just to ourselves, but to anyone else who might be drawn into this wilderness. "We need to know more," I stated, the decision solidified by the grim realization. "We need to understand what those smokes are, what this is, before we send anyone in." A shudder ran through Sarah, but she nodded. Her survival instincts, honed over years in the wild, were now fully engaged. The terror was still there, a constant companion, but it was now tempered by a fierce resolve. "Which one?" she asked, her voice steadying. "Which smoke do we check first?" I pulled out the topo map again, spreading it on the rock, holding it down against the wind. I pointed to the closest plume of smoke, almost due east from our current position, roughly 2 miles away. "That one, it's the most direct. and if it's what I think it is, it's a good starting point. And what do you think it is, Mark? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. I hesitated, looking at the map, then out at the vast, deceptive wilderness. I think those aren't just fires for warmth. I think they're signaling, or marking territory, or something worse. I didn't voice the deepest, most unsettling thought that they might be burning something or someone. We reshouldered our packs, the weight now feeling like a burden of secrets. Our descent from the granite dome was slower, more cautious than our panicked climb. Every step was deliberate, every glance calculated. We were no longer just traversing the wilderness, we were infiltrating a hostile landscape. The terrain below the dome was a confusing mix of steep, scree-filled slopes and dense thickets of subalpine fir. We picked our way down, trying to stay out of sight, using the natural contours of the land for cover. The sun was now past its zenith, casting long, distorted shadows that danced and shifted, playing tricks on our already frayed nerves. The silence of the mountains, which had been so unsettling before, now felt like an active participant in the unfolding drama. It wasn't empty. It was pregnant with possibility, with the potential for sudden sound, for sudden danger. My ears strained, my eyes constantly scanning, searching for any anomaly, any sign that we were being watched, or worse, that we were being led. As we moved through a particularly dense stand of pines, the metallic, sweet scent returned, stronger this time, almost cloying. It was definitely a mix of something organic and something chemical, an unnatural blend that tightened the knot in my stomach. It seemed to come from the direction of the closest smoke, permeating the very air we breathed. We continued for another hour, the distance to the smoke not seeming to diminish despite our arduous trek. The forest here was ancient, the trees towering, their lower branches choked with dead needles, forming an almost impenetrable wall. The ground was uneven, covered in decades of fallen leaves and decaying wood, making silent movement nearly impossible. "Hold on," Sarah whispered, her hand gripping my arm. I froze, listening. Nothing, just the faint rustle of leaves, the distant caw of a raven. "The smell," she clarified, her voice barely audible. "It's stronger here, and listen." I focused, straining my ears. Beneath the natural sounds of the forest, a new, faint sound emerged, a rhythmic thumping. Soft, irregular, but undeniable. It was deep, almost subterranean, like a slow, heavy heartbeat far below the earth. My heart began to pound in response, mirroring the strange, distant rhythm. "What is that?" I whispered back. Sarah shook her head, her eyes wide with apprehension. "I don't know. It's not natural." We crept forward even more cautiously now, drawn by a terrible curiosity. The thumping grew slightly louder, more distinct, as we neared the crest of a small ridge. The air thickened with the cloying, sweet decay, making me want to gag. Peering over the ridge, we found ourselves overlooking a narrow, heavily forested valley. The valley floor was choked with dense trees, but through the canopy, we could see glimpses of a small, murky stream winding its way through. And it was here, emanating from the depths of that valley, that the smoke was rising. It wasn't a campfire, not in the traditional sense. What we saw, partially obscured by the thick canopy, was a series of makeshift structures. Crude, temporary shelters, perhaps, built into the base of massive pine trees, almost camouflaged by natural debris. And among them, a low-lying, smoldering fire pit, sending up the wisp of gray smoke we had seen from afar. It wasn't for warmth. It seemed to be burning something slowly, deliberately, giving off the foul, sweet odor. But it was the activity around the structures that truly chilled us. Dark figures moved amongst the trees, not one or two, but at least 5 or 6 that we could discern, though there might have been more hidden deeper in the shadows. They weren't dressed in bright hiking gear like us. Their clothing was dark, utilitarian, blending seamlessly with the forest. They moved with a stealth and efficiency that spoke of long experience in this environment, not casual recreation. And then I saw the source of the rhythmic thumping. One of the figures, larger and bulkier than the others, was striking something with a heavy, blunt object. It was partially hidden by a tree, but I could make out the slow, deliberate motion, the heavy arc of whatever tool they were wielding, and the dull, wet thud that accompanied each impact. It wasn't chopping wood. It was something else, something disturbing. The other figures seemed to be involved in various tasks. One was carefully tending the smoldering fire, adding what looked like dried leaves and branches, but also something else, something dark and lumpy that caused a plume of thicker, acrid smoke to momentarily rise before dissipating. Another figure was dragging something heavy through the undergrowth, its form obscured, but the effort clear in its hunched posture. These were not hikers. These were not innocent campers. This was an operation, a camp hidden deep in the wilderness, engaged in what? My breath hitched as one of the figures moved into a patch of sunlight, momentarily revealing details that sent a cold wave of horror through me. The person was wearing a heavy, almost ritualistic-looking mask, made from what appeared to be dried animal hide and bone, covering their entire face. It was grotesque, primitive, and utterly terrifying, and it wasn't just one. As I scanned the other figures, I saw that several of them wore similar masks, though each seemed unique, crafted from different animal parts, some with feathers, some with horns. They looked like something out of a nightmare, like primal hunters from a forgotten age, utterly out of place in our modern world, yet undeniably here. Sarah clutched my arm, her nails digging in. Her entire body was trembling. "Who are they?" she whispered, her voice barely a breath. "What are they doing?" I had no answers. My mind, desperate for logic, found nothing but chilling possibilities. Cultists, poachers, but for what? The old foot, the fresh blood, the growl, it all converged into a single monstrous question. Were they hunting people, and for what purpose? The masked figure continued its rhythmic thumping, and the sound now registered not as chopping, but as something more sickening. A dull, heavy sound like flesh being pounded. The metallic sweet scent intensified, coating my tongue, stinging my nostrils. We watched for several long minutes, frozen in place by a mixture of terror and morbid fascination. We needed to understand. We needed more information. But every second we remained exposed on that ridge felt like an eternity, like an open invitation to the horrors below. Then one of the masked figures, the one dragging something through the undergrowth, paused. Its head tilted slightly, as if listening. It wasn't looking directly at us, but its posture conveyed an unsettling awareness, a sudden stillness that made my blood run cold. My eyes met Sarah's, a silent message passing between us. They heard something, or sensed something. Slowly, carefully, the figure turned its head, scanning the ridgeline, its masked face utterly devoid of expression, but its intent unnervingly clear. It was searching. We flattened ourselves behind a gnarled pine, pressing into the damp earth, trying to merge with the forest floor. My heart hammered against my ribs, so loud I was sure they could hear it. I held my breath, every muscle tense, ready to flee, ready to fight, though the latter felt futile against such unknown adversaries. The masked figure stood motionless for a long moment, its gaze sweeping over our position, lingering for a beat too long. My breath caught in my throat, Had it seen us? Did it know? Then slowly it continued its task, dragging the unseen object deeper into the trees. The immediate threat seemed to recede, but the terror remained, a cold, hard knot in my gut. "We need to go," Sarah whispered, her voice choked with fear. "Now, before they find us." I nodded, unable to speak. The image of those masks, the rhythmic thumping, the smoldering fire with its sickening smell, it was all burned into my mind. We had found more information, but it was information that only deepened the horror, that exposed a layer of depravity we couldn't have imagined. We began our retreat, moving even slower, even more deliberately than before. We didn't want to snap a twig, dislodge a rock, or give any indication of our presence. We backed away from the ridge, using the cover of the dense undergrowth, until we were far enough to turn and move with more speed. Our objective had shifted again. No longer just gathering information, our primary goal was now pure, unadulterated escape. We had seen too much. We were compromised. As we scrambled away, putting distance between ourselves and that horrifying camp, the rhythmic thumping faded, replaced by the thumping of my own frantic heart. But the metallic, sweet scent seemed to cling to us, an invisible shroud, a constant reminder of what we had witnessed. We hiked for what felt like an eternity, pushing ourselves through the dense forest, over rocky outcrops and across streams. We didn't follow any trail, just moved away from the valley, aiming for higher ground, for open spaces where we could see. The sun was now sinking towards the western peaks, casting long, purple shadows that stretched like grasping fingers across the landscape. Twilight was approaching, and the thought of being caught out in the dark, with those masked figures lurking in the shadows, fueled a desperate surge of adrenaline. "Where are we going?" Sarah gasped, her voice raw with exhaustion and fear, as we crested another rise. I consulted the GPS on my phone. We need to loop around, get back to a higher elevation point where we can try the satellite communicator. We can't go back the way we came. The idea of returning to our campsite, potentially passing the clearing with the foot or getting near the camps again, was unthinkable. Our original plan to simply report a scream was now hopelessly inadequate. We had seen a network of masked individuals, possibly a cult, possibly something far more sinister, operating deep in the Uintas, engaged in activities that suggested human sacrifice or at the very least desecration. The old foot, the fresh blood, the growl, it all pointed to a continuous, ongoing horror. The sky turned fiery red and orange as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the world in a deceptive beauty. It was a beautiful, peaceful sunset, entirely at odds with the terror that gnawed at our souls. The air grew colder, and the heavy silence of the mountains descended once more. We found ourselves in a small, rocky clearing, surrounded by stunted pines. It offered a limited view, but enough to see if anyone was approaching. We dropped our packs, our bodies screaming with fatigue. I immediately pulled out the satellite communicator. "Okay," I said, my voice hoarse. "This is it. We call it in, but we need to be clear. We need to tell them exactly what we saw without sounding insane." Sarah nodded, huddling close, her eyes wide and haunted in the dim light. "They won't believe us, Mark. Masks, rituals, they'll think we've lost our minds." "We have to try," I insisted, my fingers fumbling with the small buttons. "We have to. We tell them about the body, the camp, the smoke, the masked figures. We give them coordinates." I pressed the SOS button. The small screen lit up, displaying initiating SOS, sending message. We waited, our hearts in our throats, for the confirmation. The minutes stretched into an eternity, each second amplifying our anxiety. The device attempted to connect, then failed. Signal acquired, connection lost, retraying. My stomach dropped. No, 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 I muttered, pressing the button again, repositioning the device, tilting it towards the sky. The Uintas were notorious for spotty satellite coverage in deep canyons or dense forests. We had tried to find high ground, but evidently it wasn't high enough. It's not connecting, I said, my voice filled with despair. A wave of helplessness washed over me. Our last link to civilization, our lifeline, was failing us. Sarah put a trembling hand on my arm. Keep trying, Mark. Keep trying. I tried again and again, repositioning the device, scanning the horizon for any break in the tree line, any clearer patch of sky. Each attempt was met with the same frustrating message: connection lost. The cold dread that had been a constant companion now sharpened into a knife of pure panic. We were truly alone, isolated, and utterly vulnerable. Darkness was rapidly falling, swallowing the last vestiges of twilight. The stars began to pop out, one by one, a dazzling display that usually filled me with wonder. Tonight, they only served to emphasize the immense, terrifying solitude of our predicament. It's no good, I finally said, lowering the communicator, my shoulders slumping in defeat. We're too deep in. We need to get to higher ground, a real peak, where we can get a clear line of sight to the satellites. But where? Sarah whispered, her voice cracking. It'll take hours, and it'll be dark soon. We can't travel in the dark, not here, not with them out there. She was right. Moving through this treacherous, unfamiliar terrain in the dark was suicide. And the thought of spending another night out here, knowing what we now knew, was almost unbearable. We have to make camp, I said, forcing the words out. We find a defensible position, light a small fire, and try again in the morning. The words felt hollow, a desperate attempt at normalcy in a situation that was anything but normal. The idea of lighting a fire, even a small one, felt like drawing a target on our backs. But the night was growing bitterly cold, and the psychological comfort of a flame, however small, was a powerful draw. We chose a spot at the base of a large granite boulder, offering some protection from the wind and a solid back against a surprise attack. We quickly, silently set up the tent. Every rustle of the nylon, every creak of the poles seemed to scream our location to the silent wilderness. We moved with a frantic urgency, driven by the knowledge that we were racing against the encroaching darkness and the unseen horrors it might bring. Once inside the tent, huddled in our sleeping bags, the nylon walls felt even thinner, more fragile than before. The silence outside was no longer just heavy, it was malevolent, filled with unseen presences. Every snap of a twig, every distant hoot of an owl, now carried a new, terrifying implication. I kept the satellite communicator close, a useless talisman in my hand, desperately hoping it would somehow magically connect. But it remained stubbornly dark, a dead link to the outside world. "What do we do, Mark?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling, her fear palpable in the confined space. "If we can't call for help, how do we get out? How do we warn anyone?" My mind raced, trying to find a viable path forward. The Uintas were vast. Days of hiking would be needed to reach any semblance of civilization, any marked trail, any place with cell service. And we would be traveling through their territory, directly towards whatever monstrous secret they were guarding. "We have to keep moving towards a higher peak tomorrow," I said, trying to infuse my voice with a confidence I didn't feel. "We get to the highest point we can find, a place with absolutely no obstructions, and we try the communicator again. Until then, we just have to survive the night." But the night was long and filled with a deepening terror. We lay there, side by side, our hands clasped together, listening to every sound, every whisper of the wind, every creak of the forest. The image of the masked figures, the rhythmic thumping, the sickening scent of the burning pit, it all played on an endless loop in my mind, preventing any hope of sleep. Hours passed, marked only by the growing ache in our bones and the increasing tension in our bodies. The cold seeped into the tent, chilling us to the bone despite our warm sleeping bags. The air outside grew still, a profound, suffocating quiet that pressed in on us. Then, just as I was drifting into a fitful half-sleep, a new sound cut through the silence. It wasn't a growl this time. It wasn't a scream. It was something far more chilling. A low, guttural chanting. It was distant, almost too faint to hear, carried on the cold night air, but it was unmistakable. A repetitive, mournful sound, a series of deep, resonant tones, rising and falling in an unnatural cadence. It was coming from the direction of the masked camp, the valley of horrors we had fled. Sarah gasped, her body stiffening beside me. Her grip on my hand tightened to a painful squeeze. We looked at each other in the darkness, our eyes wide with unspeakable fear. The sound was primal, ancient, echoing across the vast, indifferent landscape. It wasn't a human language I recognized. It was something else entirely, something alien and deeply unsettling. The chanting continued, a steady, rhythmic pulse in the heart of the wilderness. It was clearly a ritual, a ceremony, and given what we had seen, what we had smelled, what we had inferred, the implications were horrifying. Were they sacrificing someone? Was the rhythmic thumping we had heard earlier part of this ritual? The thought sent a wave of nausea through me, coiling in my stomach. The Uintas, our sanctuary, had been desecrated. It was no longer just a beautiful, wild place. It was a stage for unspeakable acts, a vast, remote temple for a dark, unknown purpose. We lay there listening to the horrifying serenade, trapped in our flimsy tent, feeling utterly helpless. The chanting seemed to go on for an eternity, rising and falling, sometimes fading, sometimes swelling with a chilling intensity. It was hypnotic, terrifying, and utterly soul-destroying. When it finally stopped, the silence that followed was not a relief. It was a vacuum, a gaping maw of emptiness, more terrifying than the chanting itself. It felt like the forest was holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable, waiting for us. We endured the rest of the night in a state of absolute terror, our minds replaying the grotesque images, our ears straining for any recurrence of the sounds. When the first anemic light of dawn finally broke through the eastern sky, painting the tent walls in a pale gray, it brought no comfort, only a profound, bone-deep weariness. "We have to go," Sarah whispered, her voice raspy, her eyes red-rimmed. "We can't stay here." I nodded, pushing myself up. Every muscle in my body ached, my head pounded, and a crushing sense of despair settled over me. But there was also a burning urgency, a desperate need to escape this nightmare. We broke camp in a frenzy, our movements stiff and jerky. There was no pretense of stealth now, just a desperate scramble to pack everything away. We didn't bother with coffee or breakfast. Every second felt precious, every delay a potential trap. My focus was solely on the map, on finding the highest point possible, a place where the satellite communicator had to work. I traced a route towards a massive granite peak several miles to the west, a landmark known for its exposed, bald summit. It would be a brutal climb, but it was our only hope. As we started to hike, the sun still low on the horizon, casting long, unsettling shadows, the metallic sweet scent was still in the air. but now it was accompanied by a new horrifying element. The air itself felt different, heavy, stagnant, as if the very essence of the wilderness had been tainted. The climb was relentless. We pushed ourselves to our physical limits, scrambling up steep rock faces, navigating treacherous scree fields, and forcing our way through dense thickets of gnarled trees. The exertion was immense, but it was a welcome distraction from the psychological torment. Every fiber of my being was focused on the next step, the next handhold, the next stretch of trail. Sarah was a silent, determined presence beside me, her breathing ragged, her face pale, but her eyes resolute. We were beyond fear now, operating on pure instinct, a desperate, shared need for survival. Hours crawled by. The sun climbed higher, beating down on us, dehydrating us, burning our skin. We rationed our water carefully, knowing that every drop was vital. The world around us seemed to blur into a painful montage of rock and pine, sweat and aching muscles. Finally, just as the sun began its slow descent towards the west, we reached the summit. It was a vast, exposed expanse of bare granite, windswept and barren, offering a dizzying 360-degree panorama of the Uintas. Miles and miles of majestic, indifferent mountains stretched out before us, a terrifyingly beautiful vista. I dropped my pack, immediately pulling out the satellite communicator. My hands were shaking, not just from exhaustion, but from a desperate, fervent hope. This had to work. This was our last chance. I held the device high, tilting it towards the vast, open sky. I pressed the SOS button, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. "A sending message," the screen glowed. We waited, holding our breath, our eyes fixed on the small, flickering display. The seconds stretched into an eternity. And then a faint, almost imperceptible chime. "SOS sent, message confirmed." A wave of dizzying relief washed over me, so potent it almost brought me to my knees. Sarah let out a ragged sob, collapsing onto the rock beside me, tears streaming down her face. We had done it. We had made contact. Help was coming. But the relief was flighting. The device then displayed a prompt, "Relay details." This was the hard part, how to explain the inexplicable, how to convey the horror we had witnessed, the masks, the rituals, the systematic nature of the violence, without sounding like raving lunatics. I began to type, my fingers clumsy and slow on the tiny keypad, trying to condense the nightmare into concise, believable facts. Found body, old foot, fresh blood on jacket, ruined campsite, evidence of struggle. Location X observed hidden camp approx 2 miles east. Multiple masked individuals, appears organized. Ritualistic activity witnessed. Strong, foul odor, believe human threat. It felt inadequate, a pathetic summary of the terror that had consumed us, but it was all I could do. I sent the message, and again, the faint chime confirmed it. Now we waited. We waited for the rescue teams, for the helicopters, for the men and women who would come to unravel this monstrous secret. But as I looked out across the vast, undulating landscape, a new chill crept into my bones. We had sent the message, yes. We had called for help. But we were still here, deep in their territory, and they knew we were here. We had been heard in the clearing, observed from the ridge. We were no longer just witnesses. We were targets. The sun was now a fiery disk on the horizon, bleeding red and orange into the sky. The first stars were emerging, cold and indifferent. As the last slivers of light faded, I pulled Sarah close, my arm wrapped protectively around her. We had bought ourselves time, perhaps, We had initiated a response, but the terrifying question remained: would help arrive before they found us? And even if it did, would it be enough to stop whatever ancient evil had taken root in the heart of our beloved Uintas? The coming night, filled with the promise of unseen horrors, was a terrifying blank page waiting to be written. We had revealed their presence. Now we had to survive their retaliation. The coming night, filled with the promise of unseen horrors, was a terrifying blank page waiting to be written. We had revealed their presence. Now we had to survive their retaliation. The sun finally dipped below the horizon, painting the western sky in streaks of fading crimson and deep violet. A profound silence fell over the Uintas, thicker and colder than any we had experienced before. It was the silence of a held breath, of an unseen hunter, of a world that had suddenly become hostile. We huddled together on the exposed granite summit, the cold wind biting at our skin, but the chill that truly permeated us was one of bone-deep terror. "They know," Sarah whispered, her voice barely audible above the rising wind. Her eyes, wide and luminous in the dim light, scanned the darkening valleys below. "They heard us, or they saw the signal from the communicator. We exposed ourselves." I nodded, pulling my fleece tighter around me, though it offered little comfort against the invisible claws of dread. "Yes, we did, but we had to. We couldn't just walk away." The faint green light of the communicator, confirming our message, was a fragile beacon of hope in a sea of despair. But hope alone wouldn't protect us. The question of how they knew our location was a chilling one. Had they seen the tiny flash of the device connecting to the satellite? Or were their senses so attuned to the wilderness, their network so vast, that they simply detected our presence? The thought that they might have eyes and ears everywhere, that we had been watched since yesterday's scream, was a sickening realization. "What now?" Sarah asked, her voice laced with desperation. "We wait," I replied, forcing a calm I didn't feel, "and we prepare. We find the most defensible spot on this summit, and we spend the night there. We don't light a fire, we stay hidden." We chose a small depression near the highest point of the dome, a shallow bowl in the granite that offered a slight reprieve from the wind and a minimal amount of cover. We quickly unpacked our tent, working with frantic, silent efficiency. The nylon walls, once a familiar comfort, now felt like a flimsy shield against an unimaginable threat. Every rustle of the fabric, every whisper of the wind made us jump. Once inside, we zipped ourselves into our sleeping bags, trying to conserve body heat, but sleep was an impossibility. My mind raced, replaying every horrifying detail of the last 24 hours. The scream, the fresh blood, the ancient foot, the masked figures, the rhythmic thumping, the sickening sweet smell, the chanting. It all coalesced into a monstrous reality that defied logic and shattered our understanding of the world. Hours crawled by. The moon rose, a pale sliver illuminating the stark landscape, casting long, distorted shadows that danced like specters outside our tent. The wind howled, a mournful lament that seemed to carry distant, unintelligible whispers. Every sound was magnified, every shadow a potential threat. My heart pounded relentlessly, a constant drumbeat of terror. Sarah lay rigid beside me, her breathing shallow and fast. I could feel her trembling, mirroring my own internal vibrations. We clasped hands, a silent pact of solidarity against the encroaching darkness and the unknown. Then, just as the night reached its coldest, darkest point, I heard it. A faint, almost imperceptible sound carried on the wind. It was not the rhythmic thumping, nor the primal chanting. It was something else. A high-pitched, almost mechanical whine, followed by a series of sharp, percussive clicks. My blood ran cold. It was distant but unmistakable, the sound of a rifle bolt action. Sarah's grip on my hand tightened, her eyes snapping open. She had heard it too. "Did you?" she began, her voice barely a whisper. I nodded, my throat dry. Yes, a rifle. The implications were chilling. These weren't just primitive cultists or deranged hermits. These were people with modern weaponry. This was a sophisticated, organized threat. The image of the masks, the ancient rituals, suddenly felt even more terrifying when paired with the cold reality of firearms. Silence fell again, heavier this time, pregnant with unspoken menace. Was it a warning shot, or were they actively hunting? Was it aimed at us, or at something else in the vast wilderness? We lay absolutely still, barely breathing, our senses strained to their breaking point. The night seemed to stretch on forever, punctuated only by the relentless wind and the frantic thumping of our own hearts. The rifle's sound didn't repeat, but the knowledge that it was out there, somewhere in the dark, pointed at us, was a torment that eclipsed all other fears. As the first faint streaks of gray light appeared in the eastern sky, signaling the approach of dawn, a fragile sense of reprieve washed over us. The darkness, our greatest enemy, was finally receding. "We need to move," Sarah whispered, her voice hoarse from disuse, "as soon as there's enough light to see." I agreed. Staying on the exposed summit was no longer an option. If they had rifles, they could pick us off from a distance. We needed cover, dense forest, complex terrain where we could hide and move undetected. We broke camp with a desperate urgency, stuffing our sleeping bags and tent into our packs, our movements stiff and clumsy from cold and lack of sleep. The exhaustion was profound, a heavy weight dragging at our limbs, but the adrenaline still coursed through our veins, a bitter stimulant. We forced down a few bites of an energy bar, washing it down with cold, filtered water. Food tasted like ash. With the first golden rays of sun painting the mountaintops, we began our descent, choosing a route that led us into a steep, heavily forested ravine. Our objective was simple: escape. Escape this peak, escape this immediate danger, and get as far away from the known locations of their camps as possible, while still trying to move generally towards the closest marked trail, which was days away. The descent was treacherous. The ground was steep, covered in loose scree and tangled undergrowth. Every step was a calculated risk, but the forest, which had felt so menacing the day before, now offered a twisted sense of security. The dense canopy, the thickets of pine, the towering rock faces, these were our shields, our camouflage. We moved in silence, a new kind of silence, one born of acute awareness. Every snapped twig, every displaced rock felt like a thunderclap. We moved like ghosts, our eyes constantly scanning, our ears straining for any unnatural sound. The metallic, sweet odor still clung to the air in patches, a grim reminder of their presence. About an hour into our descent, as we navigated a particularly steep and rocky section, I heard it again. Faint, distant, but unmistakable this time, the rhythmic thumping. It wasn't coming from the valley we had observed yesterday. It was coming from a different direction, closer to our present location, further west. I froze, holding up a hand to stop Sarah. Her eyes met mine, wide with understanding. They weren't just in the valleys. They were spread out. They were moving. The thumping continued, a slow, methodical pulse sickeningly familiar. It amplified the sense of dread, confirming that these masked figures weren't confined to a single area. This was a network, a scattered presence throughout this remote wilderness. "We have to go deeper," I whispered, pointing further down into the ravine towards an even denser section of forest, away from that sound. We plunged deeper into the wilderness, moving parallel to the thumping, trying to put as much distance between us and the source as possible. The terrain grew even more challenging, turning into a labyrinth of fallen trees, moss-covered boulders, and thick, thorny bushes. It was slow, grueling progress, but we couldn't afford to be seen. The psychological toll was immense. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking figure, every rustle of leaves a potential ambush. My mind played tricks on me, conjuring images of masked faces peeking from behind trees, of grotesque figures emerging from the undergrowth. I knew it was exhaustion and fear, but it felt terrifyingly real. We hiked for hours, pushing ourselves past the point of exhaustion, fueled only by pure, desperate adrenaline. The sun climbed high, beating down on the canopy above, but the ravine remained cool and dim, a natural tunnel. We rationed our water carefully, taking small, infrequent sips. Our legs ached, our muscles screamed, and our minds were frayed threads of terror. By midday, the rhythmic thumping had faded, replaced by the natural sounds of the forest. The wind, the chirping of unseen birds, the distant rush of water. But these sounds, which usually brought comfort, now only served to highlight the profound silence that separated them, a silence that felt watchful and dangerous. We found a small, hidden alcove beneath a massive overhang of rock, a natural shelter, where we finally dared to stop for a brief rest. We ate a handful of nuts and dried fruit, trying to regain some strength. My satellite communicator remained on my hip, a constant, useless weight. I had checked it periodically, hoping for a miracle signal, but the screen remained stubbornly blank in this deep ravine. "How long do you think it will take for them to get here?" Sarah asked, her voice raspy, her gaze fixed on the entrance to our alcove. "The rescue teams." I calculated in my head. If they got the message immediately and understood the urgency, a helicopter could be here within a few hours. But this is the Uintas. It's remote. It could take longer to pinpoint our exact location, to get a team mobilized. They might send ground teams first, or a reconnaissance flight. "And if they send ground teams into that," she whispered, the horror of the thought evident in her voice. I knew the possibility of leading rescuers into a trap, into the clutches of these masked figures, was a tormenting thought. We had tried to warn them, to describe the organized nature of the threat, but how much would they truly grasp from a few lines of text from a satellite communicator? Would they believe us? "We have to keep moving," I said, pulling myself up, fighting the urge to just collapse and give in to the exhaustion. "We need to get to higher ground again, somewhere where we can see the horizon, see if anything's coming, and try the communicator again. We also need to be ready to warn them if they show up unprepared." Our new objective was a prominent peak visible through a break in the trees, several miles to the west. It looked like a formidable climb, but it was our only hope for renewed communication and a vantage point. We continued our grueling journey, pushing deeper into the uncharted wilderness, constantly vigilant, our senses on high alert. The afternoon sun beat down, turning the air thick and heavy. The metallic sweet odor, once phantom, now seemed to be a constant presence, permeating the very air we breathed, a physical manifestation of the pervasive evil that had taken root in these mountains. As we ascended a steep, rocky slope, I noticed something glinting in the sunlight, partially buried under a pile of pine needles. I stopped, signaling Sarah to stay back, and approached cautiously. It was a small, intricately carved wooden figurine, primitive, almost childlike in its design, but with an unsettling, malevolent expression. It looked like a crudely fashioned human figure, bound with sinew, its eyes mere black dots. My blood ran cold. It was a totem, a marker. We were not just passing through their territory, we were walking into a more insidious, pervasive network. "Don't touch it," Sarah whispered, her face pale. I nodded, feeling a wave of nausea. This was not a random encounter. This was a deliberate placement, a sign, perhaps a warning, or worse, a tracking device of some kind. We continued, our steps even more measured, our paranoia amplified. The figurines seemed to appear with disturbing regularity now, small, grotesque carvings tucked into the crooks of trees, hidden beneath rocks, or tied to low-hanging branches. Each one felt like an unseen eye watching us, a confirmation that we were being followed, observed, marked. The forest grew increasingly dense, the trees older and more gnarled, their branches heavy with lichen. The air here was heavy, stagnant, and the faint, unsettling odor was stronger than ever. The light began to dim as the sun dipped lower, and the familiar panic of approaching night began to claw at my throat. Just as the sun touched the western horizon, casting long, eerie shadows through the ancient trees, we reached a small, relatively open plateau. It offered a limited view, but enough to realize the unsettling truth. The figurines seemed to form a perimeter, a vague, ominous circle around something. And in the center of that circle, barely visible through the darkening trees, was another wisp of smoke, curling lazily upwards into the twilight sky. It was too close, far too close. My breath hitched. We had stumbled not just into their territory, but directly into another, one of their hidden camps. And this one felt different, more permanent, more menacing. We dropped to our stomachs, pressing ourselves into the rough earth, trying to blend with the undergrowth. My heart hammered, a frantic drum against the ground. The smell here was overpowering. The metallic sweet decay, so strong it made my eyes water, mingled with the distinct, acrid scent of burning flesh. A choked gasp escaped Sarah's lips, her body convulsing beside me. She had smelled it, too, the undeniable, horrifying truth. Through a small gap in the trees, I could make out details that sent shivers of pure terror down my spine. This was not a temporary camp like the first. This was a more substantial settlement. Crude log structures, half buried into the earth, covered with sod and branches, camouflaged so expertly they were almost invisible. And in the center, a large, smoldering fire pit, much bigger than the last, radiating an unholy glow. Figures moved around the fire, more numerous than before. At least 10, perhaps 12, all wearing the same grotesque animal hide and bone masks. Their movements were ritualistic, deliberate, almost hypnotic. They were swaying, chanting in low, guttural tones, the same horrifying sound we had heard the night before, only louder, more resonant. And in the center of their circle, illuminated by the flickering firelight, was a crude wooden platform. Something was on it, something large and indistinct, but undeniably organic. And the masked figures were gathered around it, their shadows dancing monstrously against the trees. My eyes strained, trying to discern details through the dim light and the swirling smoke. And then, as one of the masked figures moved, I saw it, a glint of metal, a large, wicked-looking blade held aloft. The chanting reached a fever pitch, rising and falling in a sickening crescendo. The air vibrated with the sound, with the acrid smoke, with the heavy, sweet stench of burning flesh. It was a scene of pure, unadulterated nightmare, a primal horror enacted deep within the heart of our beloved wilderness. We lay there frozen, unable to move, unable to speak, forced witnesses to a tableau of unimaginable depravity. The reality of what these people were doing, what they had been doing, for what seemed like an eternity, crashed over me with the force of a tidal wave. They were not just hunting, they were sacrificing. offering up human lives to some dark, unknown entity right here in the heart of the Uintas. The thought of the old foot, the fresh blood, the 30-second scream, the rhythmic thumping, it all clicked into place, forming a coherent, horrifying narrative. This was their ritual, their purpose, and we had stumbled into their sacred, bloody ground. Then the chanting abruptly ceased. The silence that followed was deafening, more terrifying than any sound. The masked figures were still, frozen in their positions around the platform. All eyes, or rather, all masks, seemed to turn towards the perimeter of their camp. Towards us. My heart leaped into my throat. Had they seen us? Had they heard us? Was it simply the unnerving awareness we had experienced before, or something more direct? One of the masked figures, taller and more heavily adorned than the others, raised its hand. It was holding something, a crude wooden staff topped with a glowing reddish-orange stone. It pointed the staff slowly, deliberately, towards our position. A cold, venomous tendril of pure terror snaked through my gut. They knew. They absolutely knew. "Run," I whispered, the word a raw, guttural croak. "Sarah, run." We scrambled to our feet, our movements clumsy with fear and exhaustion. The masked figures exploded into motion, a dark wave of predatory forms surging towards us through the trees, their silent speed terrifying. We didn't look back. We plunged into the deepening twilight, driven by a primal need for escape. The forest became a blur of dark shapes, hostile branches, and treacherous ground. We ran blindly, our lungs burning, our legs screaming in protest, every fiber of our being focused on putting distance between us and the horrors we had just witnessed. The sounds of the chase were faint at first. The rustle of leaves, the crunch of pine needles, the soft thud of their feet on the forest floor. But they were relentless, closing the distance with an unnerving efficiency. They moved with a predatory grace, silent and swift, clearly at home in this dark, unforgiving environment. "This way," Sarah gasped, veering sharply to the left, towards a steep, rocky incline that promised treacherous footing but also potential cover. She had spotted a narrow fissure in the rock face, a dark slit in the granite that might offer a hiding place or at least a temporary escape route. We scrambled up the rock, our hands scrabbling for purchase on the cold, unforgiving surface. Loose stones cascaded down behind us, clattering noisily, betraying our position. I could hear them closer now, their heavy breathing, a guttural sound I recognized from the clearing, the growl. As I pulled myself over the lip of the fissure, Sarah already halfway inside, a dark shape detached itself from the trees below. It was one of the masked figures, its face a grotesque animal bone mask, illuminated by the pale moonlight that now filtered through the canopy. It was holding a bow, its string drawn taut, an arrow nocked and pointed directly at us. "Get in," I yelled, shoving Sarah deeper into the narrow crevice. The arrow whizzed past my head with a sickening hiss, embedding itself in the rock just inches from my face. The impact sent a spray of granite dust into my eyes. I stumbled back, clawing my way into the fissure, pressing myself against Sarah, the rough rock digging into my back. The fissure was barely wide enough for us to squeeze into, a tight, claustrophobic tunnel of darkness. But it offered a temporary reprieve, a solid wall of rock between us and our pursuers. Outside, we could hear them, their heavy breathing, the soft thud of their footsteps as they moved around the mouth of the fissure. They weren't speaking, not in any language we understood, but there were low, guttural growls, impatient snarls, and the occasional soft click of their weapons. It sounded like at least 3 or 4 of them were right outside, surrounding our flimsy rock refuge. We huddled together in the absolute darkness, our hearts hammering against our ribs, our breath catching in our throats. The air was thick with dust and the lingering, sweet metallic stench. I could feel Sarah's body trembling violently against mine, her nails digging into my arm. "They're not leaving," she whispered, her voice choked with tears. I knew they had us cornered, trapped. We had stumbled into their world, witnessed their horrors, and now they intended to silence us permanently. The thought of what they might do to us, what rituals they might inflict, sent a fresh wave of icy terror through my veins. Hours passed, marked only by the agonizing slow creep of time. The sounds outside occasionally shifted, a faint rustle, a heavy sigh, a scraping sound as if they were examining the rock face. They were waiting, patient, relentless. My mind, despite the terror, began to frantically search for an escape, any possible way out of this impossible situation. The fissure seemed to go deeper, sloping downwards into the mountain, but it was too dark to see, and the thought of venturing deeper into the earth, into the unknown, felt like stepping into an even more terrifying trap. Then, just as the first glimmer of false dawn began to appear through the cracks in the rock at the mouth of the fissure, I heard a different sound, a faint, distant thump 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 that was growing steadily louder. My blood ran cold. It wasn't their thumping, it was a helicopter. Sarah heard it too, her head snapped up, her eyes wide with a mixture of desperate hope and fresh fear. The sound was still distant, a faint tremor in the air, but it was undeniable. Rescue. But with rescue came a new, terrifying dilemma. Our location was compromised. If a helicopter showed up now, directly over their positions, it would reveal everything. Not just our presence, but the presence of the masked figures. It would be a direct confrontation, an aerial assault on their hidden operations. And we were caught in the middle. The helicopter sound grew louder, a deep, pulsating rumble that vibrated through the rock. The masked figures outside the fissure seemed to sense it too. Their low growls intensified, turning into agitated snarls. There was a sudden flurry of movement, the crunch of pine needles, the hurried whisper of their dark clothing. They were reacting. "They're moving," Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. "They're scattering." The helicopter's thrumming was now a roar, reverberating through the entire mountain. The light at the mouth of the fissure momentarily intensified, casting sharp, fleeting shadows of the jagged rock. I could hear frantic shouts, then the distinctive crack of a rifle, followed by another. Not their rifles. These were military grade. The sounds of battle erupted outside our rock prison. The deafening thrum of the helicopter, the rapid crack-crack-crack of automatic gunfire, the answering thwack of arrows against rock, guttural shouts, and frantic movement. It was chaos, a sudden, violent eruption in the heart of the once silent wilderness. We pressed ourselves even deeper into the fissure, covering our heads, trying to block out the horrifying sounds of the firefight. The smell of gun smoke now mingled with the cloying decay, a sickening cocktail of modern violence and ancient horror. The battle raged for what felt like an eternity. The helicopter seemed to circle directly overhead, its powerful downdraft whipping through the trees, sending debris flying. The gunfire was relentless, a terrifying symphony of destruction. I could hear screams now, human screams, but I couldn't tell who they belonged to, the masked figures, the rescuers. Then, as suddenly as it began, the most intense part of the firing ceased. The helicopter remained, its rotors still thrumming, but the relentless gunfire tapered off into sporadic bursts. The shouts faded into muffled cries. A new sound emerged, voices, human voices, calling out. Mark, Sarah, are you there? This is search and rescue. The voice was distant, muffled by the rock, but undeniably human, undeniably a sign of help. A wave of profound relief, so intense it was almost painful, washed over me. We were found. We were saved. Here, I yelled, my voice hoarse and raw from disuse. We're in here, in the fissure. I began to crawl out, scrambling over the rough rock, Sarah following close behind. The light outside was blinding, even through the gray filter of dawn. As I emerged, blinking into the open air, a scene of disarray met my eyes. The area around the fissure was a chaotic mess. Trees were broken, ground was churned, and faint traces of smoke still hung in the air. Two heavily armed men in tactical gear, their faces grim, were cautiously approaching our position, their weapons raised. Behind them, a third figure in a less aggressive uniform carried a medical kit, and overhead, a large military-grade helicopter hovered, its powerful searchlight sweeping the area. Down on the ground, hands where I can see them, one of the armed men commanded, his voice sharp, authoritative. I immediately complied, dropping to my knees, raising my hands. Sarah did the same, collapsing onto the ground beside me. Even though these were our rescuers, the sight of their weapons, their tense postures, was still jarring. "We're Mark and Sarah Jennings," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "We called in the SOS. We saw everything." The armed men quickly assessed us, their eyes darting from our disheveled appearance to the interior of the fissure. The medical personnel then moved forward, her face etched with concern. "Are you injured?" she asked, her voice calm and professional. "Any visible wounds?" We shook our heads, grateful for the first semblance of human kindness in days. "No, just exhausted and terrified." As the medical team began a cursory check, one of the armed men, a broad-shouldered individual with a no-nonsense demeanor, knelt down. "Can you tell us what happened here? We encountered heavy resistance. Several armed contacts engaged. We have a few injured. Did you see who they were? How many?" I looked at Sarah, then back at the grim face of the rescuer. They were masked, wearing animal hide and bone masks, a lot of them. We saw their camp, rituals, human sacrifice. My voice cracked, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. The rescuer's eyes narrowed, a flicker of something unreadable in their depths. "Masked figures," he repeated, his tone skeptical but not dismissive. "Can you describe them?" "Primitive but organized," Sarah interjected, her voice stronger now, fueled by the memory of the horrors. "They had modern weapons, but they also used bows and arrows. And those figurines, small wooden carvings, they marked their territory." The rescuer nodded slowly, a deep frown etched on his face. "We found some of those, crude carvings. We also found some unusual structures, underground. We've secured the immediate area, but we're still sweeping the perimeter. Can you tell us where else you saw their camps?" I quickly pointed, giving him the coordinates from my GPS, describing the valley where we saw the first camp, and then the more substantial settlement with the fire pit and the platform. He scribbled notes furiously on a small pad, his expression growing more severe with each detail. "We need to get you out of here," he said finally, standing up. "The bird is waiting, but we'll need a full debriefing. Everything you saw, everything you heard. This is unlike anything we've encountered in this region." The word "unlike" struck me. It implied they had encountered something before, just not this. The Uintas had always held secrets, but this was a revelation of a far more sinister kind. We were carefully led to the helicopter, its huge rotors churning the air, kicking up a storm of dust and pine needles. The wind was deafening, but the sight of the open door, the promise of safety, was an irresistible pull. We climbed aboard, our bodies aching, our minds reeling. As the helicopter lifted off, gaining altitude, I looked out the window, down at the vast, majestic wilderness we had called a second home. The sun was now fully up, washing the mountains in a golden light, but the beauty was tainted, forever scarred by the horrors we had witnessed. Below, the landscape unspooled like a grim tapestry. I could see the scarring on the land from the firefight, the broken trees, the disturbed earth. And then, as we gained more height, I saw the plumes of smoke. Not just the two we had identified yesterday, but more. At least 5 or 6 distinct columns, rising from various hidden valleys and ridges, spread across an enormous section of the Uintas. They were everywhere, an insidious network, deeply entrenched, hidden in plain sight. The rescuer, who introduced himself as Agent Miller, sat across from us, his face still grim, but now with a flicker of something else, a dawning realization, a quiet horror. He had seen the scope of it from the air, the true scale of their operations. "They've been here a long time, haven't they?" I asked, my voice weak, my gaze fixed on the smoke plumes below. Agent Miller nodded slowly. "That's what it's looking like. We had faint reports, disappearances, unexplained findings, but nothing on this scale, nothing this organized." He paused, then added, "Your information, your detailed descriptions, the coordinates, it was invaluable. Without it, we wouldn't have known what we were flying into." He didn't need to say more. The implication was clear. We had saved lives. But the cost of that knowledge, the trauma of what we had witnessed, felt like a burden we would carry forever. The helicopter sped eastward, away from the heart of their territory, toward civilization. As the mountains began to recede into the distance, I saw a large, sprawling lake, its waters shimmering in the morning sun. It was the general area where we had planned to spend our trip, the unnamed lakes we had marked on our map years ago. The irony was not lost on me. We had sought solitude, a pristine wilderness experience. Instead, we had found a nightmare, an ancient evil lurking beneath the surface of the modern world. The Uintas, once a source of peace and wonder, would forever be etched in my memory as the place of the 30-second scream, the masked figures, and the unspeakable rituals. We were safe, but the world as we knew it had profoundly changed. The wilderness had revealed its darkest secret, and we were its reluctant witnesses, forever altered by its terrifying truth. Agent Miller pulled out his satellite phone. "We need to brief the command center immediately. Tell them to mobilize every available asset. This is bigger than we thought. Much, much bigger." He looked at us then, his eyes reflecting a mixture of concern and a newfound respect. "We'll get you medical attention and psychological support as soon as we land. And then, we're going to need you to tell us everything from the beginning, every single detail." I nodded, gripping Sarah's hand tightly. The journey was far from over. We had escaped the immediate danger, but the shadow of what we had seen would follow us, an indelible stain on our souls. The mountains, once a sanctuary, now held a chilling legacy, and we, Mark and Sarah, were now irrevocably part of its story. The helicopter's powerful rotors beat a relentless rhythm against the morning sky, carrying us eastward, away from the heart of the nightmare. Below, the Uintas, once a comforting expanse of green and gray, now stretched out as a monstrous tapestry, each ridge and canyon a potential hiding place for unspeakable horrors. I clutched Sarah's hand, our fingers intertwined, a desperate anchor in a world that had suddenly tilted on its axis. Agent Miller, a man whose grim professionalism had just saved our lives, sat opposite us. He had discarded his helmet, revealing a close-cropped haircut and eyes that held a weary intelligence. He was on his satellite phone, his voice low and urgent, relaying details of the engagement, the unusual structures, the masked combatants, and our eyewitness accounts. His gaze kept drifting to the window, scanning the receding landscape below, confirming his own dawning understanding of the scale of the threat. "This is bigger than we thought," he repeated into the phone, his words cutting through the thrum of the rotors. "Much, much bigger. We need every available asset. This is a full-scale operation, not a search and rescue." He ended the call, stowing the phone, and looked at us. His expression was serious, devoid of the skepticism we might have expected. "We're heading to the nearest staging area, small, temporary base camp established for this region. We'll get you medical attention there, some food, and then we'll need to talk. Everything, from the moment you heard the scream." The relief of being safe was immense. A crushing weight lifted from our shoulders, but it was immediately replaced by a new kind of dread, the daunting task of explaining the inexplicable. How do you describe primal masks and ritualistic sacrifice to people trained in conventional law enforcement and military tactics? The flight felt interminable, a blur of physical exhaustion and mental anguish. My body ached in places I didn't know existed, and my mind was a jumbled mess of images and sounds. Sarah, leaning heavily against my shoulder, was silent, her gaze fixed on the mountains below, a haunted look in her eyes. I knew she was reliving every terrifying moment, just as I was. Eventually, the helicopter began its descent. A clearing appeared below, a hastily established encampment carved out of the wilderness. Several tents, a few all-terrain vehicles, and a scattering of uniformed personnel were visible. It was a utilitarian sight, but to us, it was the most beautiful place on Earth. The landing was a whirlwind of controlled chaos. The rotor wash blasted dust and debris, and as soon as the skids touched down, medics swarmed the aircraft. We were carefully helped out, our legs stiff and wobbly, and guided towards a large medical tent. Inside, the air was warm and sterile. Two paramedics, their faces kind but efficient, immediately began their assessment. They took our vitals, checked for injuries, and asked a barrage of questions. Any pain, dizziness, headaches, any contact injuries. We assured them we were mostly intact, just utterly exhausted. They confirmed severe dehydration and exhaustion, noting a few scrapes and bruises, but nothing serious. A welcome IV drip was quickly administered to each of us, delivering fluids that brought immediate, albeit temporary, relief. While they worked, a quiet, older woman with kind eyes and a gentle voice introduced herself as Dr. Lena Hansen, a trauma counselor. She sat beside us, her presence calming amidst the controlled urgency of the medics. She didn't press for details, just offered quiet comfort and a sympathetic ear. "You've been through a tremendous ordeal," she said softly. "It's okay to feel overwhelmed. We're here to help you process it." Her words, simple as they were, brought a surprising surge of emotion. For the first time since the scream, I felt the dam of fear and adrenaline begin to crack. I felt a tear roll down my cheek, a silent testament to the horror we had endured. Sarah, beside me, squeezed my hand, her own eyes glistening. After about an hour, the medical team declared us stable enough for the next phase. They brought us bland, nutritious food, warm broth and crackers, which tasted like ambrosia despite our churning stomachs. Dr. Hansen stayed with us, offering quiet encouragement, gently guiding us through basic relaxation techniques. Then Agent Miller returned. His face was still grim, but there was a new intensity in his eyes. He sat opposite us, a small notebook and pen in hand. Beside him, another individual, a woman with sharp, intelligent eyes, was introduced as Agent Davies. She was from a different agency, Miller explained, but their collaboration was crucial. Mark Sarah, Miller began, his voice calm and steady. We need you to tell us everything. Take your time. Start from the beginning. No detail is too small, no observation too insignificant. We'll listen to it all. Dr. Hansen gently interjected, remember, you are in a safe place. You are in control of this. If you need a break at any point, just say the word. It's important to tell your story, but not at the expense of your well-being. I looked at Sarah and she nodded, a silent agreement passing between us. It was time. It was time to pull the curtain back on the nightmare. I started with the uneasy feeling, the heavy silence, the peculiar stillness on that first night. Then the scream, the 30-second scream. I described its raw human terror, the way it had ripped through the quiet and plunged us into an immediate abyss of fear. Sarah interjected, confirming my account, adding her own sensory details, the icy cold of her hand in mine, the suffocating silence that followed. We recounted our internal debate about whether to search, the moral imperative that had pushed us forward, and the weak lie I had tried to tell about a mountain lion. Agent Miller listened intently, his gaze unwavering, occasionally making a note. Agent Davies, however, watched us with an almost clinical intensity, her pen motionless, her eyes absorbing every nuance of our expressions. I described the arduous hike, the phantom smells, the psychological toll. Then the red fabric, torn and blood-stained. The discovery of the clearing, the ruined tent, the scattered gear, the distinct non-human footprints. And then the foot, the old desiccated human foot in the hiking boot, followed by the fresh blood on the jacket. As I spoke, the scene replayed in my mind with vivid, horrifying clarity. The wave of nausea returned, tightening my throat. Sarah visibly flinched at the mention of the foot, her face paling further. And then I continued, my voice growing hoarse. We heard the growl, from the direction of the drag marks, something big, something guarding. Agent Miller looked up, his brow furrowed. The growl, you mentioned that in your SOS. Can you describe it? Deep, guttural, not like any animal I've heard in the Uintas, I explained. More resonant, almost intelligent. It was a warning. We described our retreat, the desperate attempt to use the satellite communicator, its frustrating failure. Then the discovery of the smoke plumes from the granite dome, the chilling realization of an organized threat, the decision to investigate the closest smoke, our desperate need for more information. As I spoke of approaching the first hidden camp, the rhythmic thumping, the cloying metallic sweet odor, I saw a flicker of something in Agent Davies' eyes. Recognition, curiosity, it was hard to tell. Then came the description of the masked figures. I tried to convey the primitive horror of those animal hide and bone masks, the dark, utilitarian clothing, the stealthy movements. I described the slow, methodical thumping, the burning pit, the figures dragging unseen objects. And the thumping, Sarah interjected, her voice trembling, it sounded like pounding flesh, not wood. Agent Miller's jaw tightened. Agent Davies made her first note, a quick, almost imperceptible movement of her pen. I continued, detailing the moment we realized we were being watched, the masked figure turning its head, searching, our desperate retreat, the futile attempts to reconnect with the satellite, and then the chanting, the low, guttural, ancient sound carried on the night air. It was a ritual, Sarah whispered, her voice choked with emotion. It sounded like a ceremony for something dark. The memory of that night, trapped in our flimsy tent, while that horrifying serenade echoed through the mountains, was almost unbearable. I then recounted our frantic hike the next morning, the recurring figurines, each one a grotesque, primitive carving marking their territory, the growing sense of being observed, tracked, and then stumbling upon the second camp. As I described the larger, more permanent settlement, the crude log structures, the massive fire pit, the strong, acrid smell of burning flesh, the medical team exchanged a quick, worried glance. Dr. Hansen placed a comforting hand on Sarah's arm. And in the center, I recounted, my voice barely a whisper, a crude wooden platform, something on it, and a masked figure holding a large, wicked-looking blade. I swallowed hard, fighting down the surge of nausea. They were sacrificing, we saw it. Sarah let out a small, muffled sob, burying her face in her hands. Dr. Hansen immediately moved to comfort her, rubbing her back gently. Agent Miller's face was grim, his eyes hard. Agent Davies now wrote rapidly, her pen scratching against the paper. I finished with our desperate escape, the arrow, the fissure, the agonizing wait, and then the sound of the helicopter. The firefight, the moment we knew we were safe. A heavy silence fell in the tent after I finished. The hum of the IV pump, the quiet rustle of Sarah's sobs were the only sounds. Agent Miller cleared his throat. Thank you both. That was incredibly detailed and incredibly brave of you to share. He looked at Agent Davies. Anything you want to add or clarify, Agent Davies? She closed her notebook, her expression unreadable. A few questions. Mark, Sarah, you mentioned the growl. Was it always a single sound, or did you ever hear multiple growls? Always single, I confirmed, like one big thing. And the masks, she continued, did they appear to be functional? Meaning, did they have eye holes, or were they completely obscuring the face? They had eye holes, definitely, Sarah replied, her voice shaky but firm. Crudely cut, but they could see. Each one was different, made from various animal parts, some with horns, some with feathers, bone fragments. The smell, Agent Davies pressed. You described it as metallic, sweet decay, and then burning flesh. Did you ever notice anything else? Chemical, industrial? I paused, thinking back to the faint, phantom smell near the first smoke plume. Yes, I said, surprised by the clarity of the memory. It was faint, but I remember thinking it was almost industrial, like a specific kind of chemical mixed with the other scents. Agent Davies made another quick note, her expression now showing a hint of something beyond professional detachment, a flicker of intense focus. One last thing for now, she said. The chant, can you describe the tones? Was it harmonious, discordant? Did it sound like human language, even if unrecognizable? It was guttural, Sarah said, lifting her head, her eyes still red. Deep, repetitive, mournful, not harmonious, like a series of grunts and wails, but rhythmic. Definitely not a language I recognized, more like primal sounds. Agent Davies nodded slowly, then closed her notebook. Thank you, that's very helpful. Agent Miller then explained the immediate next steps. The helicopter located 3 major sites during its sweep, including the 2 you described, and one more that seems even larger. They encountered significant resistance, confirming your accounts of armed individuals. They managed to neutralize some combatants and secure the immediate perimeter of the closest camp to your rescue. They also confirmed the presence of the structures you mentioned. And yes, the figurines. We've recovered several. No visible bodies have been located yet, but evidence of ritualistic activity and burning of organic material is undeniable. He paused, letting his words sink in. We're escalating this to the highest levels. This isn't a local issue. This is a domestic terror situation with elements that cross into other categories. We're bringing in specialists, and as you suspected, you've provided us with critical, actionable intelligence that has likely prevented further loss of life for our teams. The gravity of his words was chilling. We weren't just backpackers anymore. We were witnesses, vital sources of information in a developing crisis. "What will happen now?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "For you, immediate psychological assessment, continued medical care, and then we'll arrange transport to a secure facility. For us," he said, gesturing vaguely towards the mountains, "we're launching a coordinated, multi-agency operation. The area is being sealed off. No one goes in or out. We're going to find out who these people are, what they're doing, and put a stop to it." He looked at us, his eyes serious. "You too are survivors, and brave ones, but you are also now inextricably linked to this investigation. We'll need your full cooperation going forward. It's going to be a long process." The next few hours were a blur. We were offered fresh clothes, a chance to shower, which felt like an unbelievable luxury after days of grime and terror. The warm water washed away the dirt and sweat, but the lingering smell, the metallic sweet decay, seemed to have permeated our very skin, our very souls. I scrubbed and scrubbed, but the phantom scent persisted. Afterwards, we were led to a quiet tent where Dr. Hansen conducted a more thorough psychological assessment. She encouraged us to talk, to share our feelings, to describe the impact of what we had seen. Sarah, usually reserved, poured out her emotions, her fear, her disgust, her grief for the unknown victims. I found myself surprisingly articulate, able to describe the logical progression of our fear, the dawning realization of the cult's nature, the horror of the rituals. "It's a natural trauma response," Dr. Hansen explained gently. "Your minds are trying to make sense of something incomprehensible. This is going to be a long road to recovery, but you're not alone. We'll provide all the support you need." She spoke of PTSD, of flashbacks, of nightmares. Words that just days ago would have seemed clinical and distant, now felt like a terrifying prophecy of our future. As evening approached, we were given a proper meal in a common tent, simple but hearty food. We ate in silence, surrounded by the quiet hum of camp activity. Other agents, some in tactical gear, others in more standard uniforms, moved with purpose. Their glances towards us were a mixture of curiosity, respect, and a hint of the same grim understanding that now clouded our own minds. Later, we were assigned a small, individual tent, separate from the main camp, for a modicum of privacy. Inside, 2 cots with sleeping bags awaited us. It was basic, but felt like a palace after the hard ground and the constant threat of the last few nights. "We're safe, Mark," Sarah whispered, her voice tired as she lay down on her cot. "We're actually safe." I lay beside her, exhausted to my core, but sleep still eluded me. Every time I closed my eyes, the masks appeared. The thumping, the chanting, the smell. "Are we, though?" I replied, the words escaping before I could stop them. "Even if we leave here, even if they catch them all, it's still in us, isn't it, what we saw?" She didn't answer, but I felt her hand reach for mine across the small space between our cots. Her grip was weak, but firm. The next morning began another round of debriefings. This time, a team of specialists had arrived. Anthropologists, criminologists, experts in cult behavior, and survivalists. They hung on our every word, asking incredibly specific questions about the masks, the chanting, the structures, the figurines, the specific blend of primitive and modern elements. The masks are particularly intriguing, one anthropologist, a woman with silver hair and an intense gaze, observed. They speak to a deep-seated atavistic drive. The use of animal parts, the deliberate grotesquerie, it's designed to dehumanize both the wearer and the victim, and to invoke primal fear. It's a deliberate rejection of modern identity. A criminologist, a man with a stern face, chimed in, and the combination with modern weaponry suggests a highly adaptable, ruthless organization. They're not just reenacting ancient rituals, they're using them as a cover, a psychological weapon, while employing effective tactical methods. This is not a simple back-to-nature group. The more we talked, the more questions they asked, the more intricate and disturbing the picture became. They showed us photos from the first secured camp, crude altars, strange symbols carved into trees and rocks, discarded tools that looked both primitive and industrial. The anthropologist recognized some of the symbols, linking them to obscure, ancient pagan practices, but noting disturbing deviations. There are fragments of known symbolism, she explained, pointing to a photograph of a crudely carved spiral on a rock, but distorted, twisted. It's like they've taken elements from various dark traditions and forged something uniquely horrific for their own purposes. The experts also revealed some of what they had found. No living victims, thankfully, but disturbing evidence of past human sacrifice. Body parts, both fresh and desiccated, were recovered from the various sites, consistent with our account of the old foot and fresh blood. The sweet, industrial smell, they theorized, might be linked to some chemical accelerant used in the burning, or perhaps something else entirely, related to the preservation of remains or other rituals. They are extremely careful, Agent Miller stated, reviewing tactical maps overlaid with our reported locations. Their camps are ingeniously camouflaged. Their movement patterns are designed to be undetectable. They've been operating under our noses for years, maybe decades, using the vastness and remoteness of the Uintas as their shield. The scale of the operation mounted with each passing hour. More helicopters arrived, bringing in specialized teams, K-9 units, forensics, and more tactical personnel. The staging area grew, transforming from a temporary outpost to a bustling command center. The Uintas, a beloved wilderness, was now a battleground. We were confined to the base camp, our movements restricted for our own safety, but also, I suspected, to maintain the integrity of our witness accounts. Each day brought new information, new horrors uncovered by the search teams. More hidden camps, more crude altars, more grotesque figurines. The perimeter of their influence seemed to expand with every discovery. They're not just isolated groups, Agent Davies explained one afternoon, showing us detailed satellite imagery. They're interconnected. Those smoke signals you saw, they're a communication network. And the figurines, they're not just markers, they're tracking devices. Some of them have subtle, almost invisible filaments woven into them, containing trace amounts of something. We're still analyzing it, but it's sophisticated. Primitive aesthetic, but advanced application. My stomach churned. The thought that those crude wooden carvings might have been subtly alerting our pursuers, guiding them, filled me with a fresh wave of dread. We hadn't just stumbled upon them. We had walked into a meticulously laid trap, and they had been aware of our presence long before we even knew theirs. The realization that they had likely been watching us, perhaps even playing with us for days, was profoundly unsettling. The quiet unease we had felt on the first night, the sense of being observed, it hadn't been paranoia. It had been real. "What about the growl?" I asked. remembering the deep, unsettling sound. Have you found any evidence of an animal that could make that sound? Agent Miller exchanged a look with Agent Davies. That's still an open question, he admitted. We've found tracks, large, unidentifiable by our wildlife experts. They don't match any known indigenous species in the area, but we haven't encountered whatever made them yet. My blood ran cold. The growl had felt different, heavier, more primal than any animal. The possibility that there was something else out there, something non-human, or perhaps a highly trained, disguised human, added another layer of chilling mystery to the already complex situation. Days bled into a week. The initial shock gave way to a dull, persistent ache of anxiety and exhaustion. We participated in countless debriefings, each one peeling back another layer of our traumatic experience. Dr. Hansen worked tirelessly with us, helping us to identify triggers, to process our emotions, to ground us in the present. Sarah began to show signs of profound psychological distress. The nightmares were relentless, filled with masked faces, burning pits, and the agonizing screams of unknown victims. During the day, she was withdrawn, her eyes often distant, her gaze fixed on something unseen. Loud noises made her jump. The smell of wood smoke, even from a distant campfire, would send her into a panic. "I can't stop seeing it, Mark," she'd whisper, clutching my hand in the darkness of our tent. The platform, the blade, the eyes behind the masks, they were empty, like they weren't human anymore. I too suffered from the incessant replays of the horror, but my mind had a different coping mechanism. I found myself obsessively analyzing every detail, every piece of information, trying to piece together the puzzle. My rational brain, usually my anchor, was now working overtime, trying to find a logical framework for an illogical nightmare. I became an amateur sleuth, poring over the maps, listening intently to the fragments of information shared by the agents, searching for patterns, for clues. "They're very good at what they do," Agent Davies remarked one day, observing my intense focus on a detailed topographical map of the region. "Years of practice, it seems. We've found evidence that their presence here dates back at least 30 years, possibly more. Disappearances that were once cold cases are now being reevaluated." 30 years, decades. The thought that this monstrous cult had been operating in the Uintas for so long, preying on unsuspecting hikers and campers, was utterly sickening. Our beloved wilderness, a place of peace and beauty, had been a charnel ground for generations. The agents were methodical, their professionalism a stark contrast to the primal horror they were uncovering. They shared stories, sanitized for our ears, of the tactical difficulties. The terrain itself was their ally. The cultists' knowledge of the land was unparalleled, and their methods of camouflage and evasion were extremely effective. They seemed to melt into the landscape. "We're dealing with a highly indoctrinated group," Agent Miller explained during one debriefing. "They're not just criminals, they're zealots. They believe they're performing a sacred duty. This makes them incredibly dangerous and difficult to apprehend. They fight to the death, and they employ highly aggressive, unconventional tactics." The idea of people willingly participating in such depravity, believing it to be righteous, was almost as terrifying as the acts themselves. It spoke to a deep, dark corruption of the human spirit. One afternoon, a grim-faced Agent Miller came to our tent. "We've made some progress, and unfortunately, some unsettling discoveries. We've identified some of their primary targets. They seem to focus on individuals who are experienced outdoorsmen, often solitary hikers or small, isolated groups, people who value solitude and are less likely to be missed immediately." My blood ran cold. That described us perfectly. We had been the ideal victims. Our desire for solitude, for remote, unnamed lakes, had led us directly into their jaws. They also target individuals with specific skills, Agent Davies added, her voice quiet. Survivalists, skilled hunters, people with knowledge of the land. It's almost as if they're recruiting resources, or perhaps absorbing abilities. The word absorbing sent a fresh shiver down my spine. It conjured images of something ancient, something that sought to consume and grow. It was a disturbing thought, one that connected to the primitive masks and the ritualistic nature of their violence. The more they uncovered, the more questions arose. What was the ultimate purpose of their rituals? Who was the entity they were sacrificing to? What was the significance of the old foot versus the fresh blood, the metallic sweet scent, the non-human growl? The investigation was progressing, but the heart of the mystery remained elusive. One evening, nearly 2 weeks after our rescue, I found myself staring at a map with Agent Davies. She had spread out a large, incredibly detailed topographical map of the entire Uinta's range, far beyond the initial area of interest. Tiny pins marked every known cult camp, every figurine discovery, every site of a past disappearance. The sheer number of pins was overwhelming, a terrifying constellation of death and desecration spread across hundreds of square miles. "We're still mapping their full network," Agent Davies said, her voice unusually subdued. "But it's clear they have multiple satellite camps, staging areas, observation points, and permanent settlement sites. This isn't just a few individuals. It's a fully entrenched, self-sufficient community, hidden in plain sight." My finger traced a line on the map, connecting the clusters of pins. They're strategically placed, along major game trails, near hidden water sources in defensible canyons. They know this land intimately. "Better than anyone, it seems," she agreed. "They've turned the wilderness into their own private domain, and they've been successful for so long because no one believed it was possible. No one looked deep enough." She paused, then turned to me, her sharp eyes unexpectedly direct. "Mark, there's something else, something we haven't discussed fully yet. You mentioned the 30-second scream, and Sarah confirmed you counted it. Why 30 seconds? I felt a cold knot form in my stomach. I don't know, it was just unnaturally long, sustained, raw. It felt like an eternity, so I counted. It was exactly 30 seconds. Agent Davies nodded slowly, then turned back to the map. Her finger moved to a cluster of pins in a particularly remote, desolate section of the Uintas, far beyond where we had ventured. "We've correlated your scream with a pattern of previous disappearances. Not all of them, but a significant number. In certain instances, prior to an individual vanishing, there were reports from other hikers, very few, mind you, of a distinct, prolonged scream heard in the wilderness." My breath caught in my throat. 30 seconds, I whispered. She looked at me, her expression grim. "Often precisely 30 seconds. It appears to be a signature, a ritualistic element, or a warning, or a signal itself." The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. The scream wasn't just a random act of terror. It was a deliberate, calculated element of their horrifying ritual, a signature of their monstrous work, and we had heard it. We had been present at the exact moment of its purpose. "What about the growl?" I pressed, the pieces of the puzzle clicking into place, forming a picture more terrifying than I could have imagined. "Is there any pattern to that?" Agent Davies hesitated, then sighed. "Less frequent, more localized, but yes, there are faint, unconfirmed reports, often near sites of recent activity. It's harder to pinpoint as most people dismiss it as an animal, but those who describe it, they describe it like you, deep, guttural, unidentifiable. She paused, then lowered her voice. We're starting to believe the growl isn't always human, that there might be something else involved, something they've either trained or something that is allied with them, something primal. The size of the tracks we've found at some sites, they're too large for a human, too heavy. My blood ran cold. This wasn't just a cult of masked humans anymore. This was something far more ancient, far more monstrous. Something that blurred the lines between the human and the animal, the primitive and the sophisticated. It was a horror that defied every logical explanation, every scientific understanding. The Uintas had always held secrets, but these secrets were alive, and they were deadly. They believe they're unlocking something, Agent Davies continued, her voice hushed. Some form of power, some ancient deity or entity, and they believe human sacrifice is the key. The thought sent a wave of nausea through me, a profound revulsion that went beyond fear. The depravity was limitless. So what's the plan now? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. How do you stop something like that? Agent Davies looked out towards the mountains, her gaze distant. We continue to dismantle their network, camp by camp. We apprehend or neutralize every combatant. We rescue anyone we can. We gather every piece of evidence. It's a painstaking, dangerous operation. It could take months, years even. And the something else, I pressed. The growl, the tracks. She turned back to me, her eyes hardened. We proceed with extreme caution. We have teams specifically trained for unusual threat assessment. But frankly, Mark, we're in uncharted territory. What you witnessed, it pushes the boundaries of anything we've ever encountered in a domestic context. The next few days were a blur of continued debriefings, psychological sessions, and the slow, agonizing process of waiting. The base camp hummed with activity, a constant reminder of the ongoing battle in the mountains. Helicopters came and went, sometimes bringing back injured agents, sometimes bringing back new, disturbing evidence. Sarah remained withdrawn, struggling deeply with the trauma. Dr. Hansen worked closely with her, helping her to find small moments of peace, but the shadows in her eyes remained. She rarely spoke, often just sitting in silence, clutching my hand. I, on the other hand, became more focused, almost hypervigilant. I absorbed every piece of information, every map, every theory. It was my way of coping, of trying to regain some sense of control over a situation that had utterly stripped it away. I felt a strange, unwelcome sense of responsibility. We had seen it. We had to help them understand it. One evening, as the sun set over the distant peaks, painting the sky in a final, defiant blaze of orange and purple, Agent Miller called us into a secure tent. Agent Davies and Dr. Hansen were already there, along with a few other high-ranking officials I hadn't seen before. Their faces were grim. "Mark, Sarah," Agent Miller began, his voice serious, "we have a new development. We've secured one of their primary ritual sites. It's a much older, more substantial structure, built deep into a natural cave system. It's clear it's been in use for centuries, perhaps millennia." My heart pounded. This was it, the core of their operation. "What did you find?" Sarah whispered, her voice barely audible. Agent Davies projected images onto a screen. They were dark, eerie photographs of ancient rock carvings, crude altars, and strange effigies deep within a cavern. The carvings depicted grotesque, horned figures, animalistic humanoids, engaged in what looked unmistakably like acts of sacrifice. And in the center of the largest cavern, a massive, crudely carved stone altar, still stained with dark, dried residue. Forensics is still working, Agent Davies explained, her voice steady despite the disturbing images. But the evidence strongly suggests continuous use over a vast period, and the symbols, they're unlike anything fully documented, primitive but with a horrifying consistency. Then Agent Miller cleared his throat, his expression unusually grave. There's something else. Deep within the cave system, we found a chamber, and in that chamber, we found what we believe to be the source of the growl. My breath hitched, the growl, the non-human growl. He changed the slide. The image that appeared on the screen made my blood run cold, solidifying every impossible dread, every primal fear, every monstrous thought that had plagued us since that first night. It was a photograph of a colossal figure, half hidden in the cavern's shadows. It was vaguely humanoid, but twisted, monstrously deformed. Its skin was leathery, its limbs disproportionately long, ending in massive clawed hands. Its head was animalistic, with a blunt, powerful snout and glowing red eyes that seemed to burn even in the photograph. It was partially encased in a strange, organic-looking amber-like substance, almost like it was trapped or preserved. But it was clearly alive. Its mouth was agape, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. And surrounding it, almost like an offering, were dozens of the masked figurines, placed reverently on the ground. We believe this is what they worship, Agent Miller said, his voice quiet, almost reverent in its horror. This entity. It's in a state of stasis, perhaps, dormant, but it reacts to activity. The growl, it emanates from this creature. And our best guess, based on ancient texts and geological surveys, is that it has been here buried deep within the Uintas for millennia. Sarah gasped, a choked, horrified sound. She buried her face in my shoulder, trembling violently. I stared at the image, utterly paralyzed by its horrifying implications. This wasn't just a cult. This was something far, far worse. Something ancient, alien, and utterly malevolent. The Uintas hadn't just been a hunting ground. It had been a prison, a sanctuary, a tomb, for an unspeakable entity that had now been reawakened, or at least stirred. The 30-second scream, the human sacrifices, the strain. The 30-second scream, the human sacrifices, the strange blend of primitive and modern horror that had consumed their world. It all converged on the image on the screen, a colossal, ancient evil lurking in the heart of the mountains. Sarah's choked sob echoed in the sterile tent, a primal sound of utter despair. She pressed her face deeper into my shoulder, trembling violently. I could feel her silent screams echoing my own. My mind, usually so desperate for logic, found nothing but cold, terrifying truth in the photograph. This wasn't just a cult. It was a devotion to something unspeakable, something that defied every law of nature, every scientific understanding. The Uintas hadn't just been a hunting ground. It had been a prison, a sanctuary, a tomb, for an entity that had now been reawakened, or at least stirred. The room, filled with the grim faces of the agents and Dr. Hansen, was silent. No one spoke, no one moved. The weight of the revelation pressed down on us all, a suffocating blanket of disbelief and horror. Agent Miller, his voice still low, but now tinged with a profound weariness, finally broke the silence. We are still assessing the full scope of what this means. Our geological teams confirmed the chamber is naturally occurring, but the entity itself, it defies classification. It appears to be in a state of deep hibernation or stasis, but the cult's rituals seem designed to stimulate it, to feed it perhaps. The growl you heard, Mark, is consistent with readings from our sensors inside the chamber. It's a low-frequency sonic emission, almost a resonant vibration that our initial analysis suggests is a form of communication, or possibly a side effect of its metabolism. Agent Davies, her usual clinical demeanor now replaced with a troubled frown, stepped forward. The ancient texts we've managed to partially translate from carvings in the cave system speak of the sleeper, a primordial being bound beneath the earth. They refer to it as a seed of chaos, the root of all fear. The cult, which calls itself the Children of the Sleeper, believes that by offering tribute, by shedding blood, they can awaken it fully and unleash its power upon the world. They see it as a purifying fire, a necessary reset. My stomach churned, a bitter bile rising in my throat. Purifying fire, reset. The words were a sickening echo of ancient cults, of mass murderers throughout history, all justified by some twisted ideology. But this ideology had a monstrous, living God at its core. So I finally managed to croak, my voice raw. They're feeding it, and the sacrifices are to wake it up. Agent Davies nodded slowly. That's our working theory. The human essence, the fear, the life force, it seems to be what it requires. The old footmark, the desiccated remains, they were offerings left long ago. The fresh blood, the scream last night, a more recent, direct tribute. Sarah whimpered, still clinging to me. How could people, how could they worship something like that? Dr. Hansen, her face etched with sorrow, spoke softly. Fear, Sarah, is a powerful motivator, and for some, a twisted sense of belonging, a promise of power, can lead them down paths of unimaginable darkness. They've likely been indoctrinated from a young age, isolated from the outside world, taught to believe this is the only truth. And the masks, I asked, remembering the grotesque faces, are they part of the worship? Indeed, Agent Davies confirmed. The masks represent a shedding of individual identity, a transformation into a more pure, animalistic state, closer to the entity's nature. They are also, we believe, designed to absorb some of the residual energy from the rituals, perhaps to further enhance their connection to the sleeper. The room felt cold, despite the warmth of the heaters. Every piece of the puzzle, every horrifying detail, now fit together with sickening precision, forming a complete picture of an ancient evil that had burrowed its way into the very fabric of our reality. Agent Miller looked at us, his eyes serious. This is why your testimony, your survival, is so crucial. You are the first direct witnesses to the entity's influence, the first to truly understand the cult's purpose. What you saw, what you heard, will guide our entire operation. What's next? I asked, my voice trembling. Containment, Agent Miller stated. We've initiated a full lockdown of the cave system. Our tactical teams are securing the perimeter, and scientific teams are moving in to study the entity, to understand its biology, its dormancy, and crucially, how to contain it permanently. The cultists we've apprehended are being interrogated, but their indoctrination is deep. We're facing a formidable enemy, Mark, Sarah, one that has operated unseen for generations. The weight of it all was crushing. I looked at Sarah, her face still buried in my shoulder, and a fierce protective instinct flared within me. We had survived. We had to ensure that no one else fell victim to this ancient, slumbering horror. You've been through enough for now, Dr. Hansen said gently, sensing our profound exhaustion and distress. We'll continue this tomorrow. For tonight, you need rest, real rest. We were led back to our tent, the walk feeling impossibly long. The night air was crisp, the stars brilliant, but their beauty was a cruel mockery now. They offered no comfort, only an infinite void that seemed to echo the emptiness in our souls. Inside our tent, Sarah curled into a tight ball on her cot, her body still trembling. I lay on mine, staring at the ceiling, my mind a turbulent sea of fear and disbelief. Sleep was a distant, unreachable shore. Every rustle outside, every distant sound from the bustling base camp made me jump. "It's real, isn't it?" Sarah whispered, her voice muffled by her sleeping bag. "That thing, it's real." "Yes," I confirmed, my voice thick with unshed tears. "It's real." We lay in silence for a long time, the only sound the frantic beating of our hearts. The enormity of what we had witnessed, the sheer, impossible truth of it, was a burden we knew we would carry forever. Our lives, our understanding of the world, had been irrevocably shattered. The next few days blurred into a monotonous routine of debriefings, psychological sessions, and the slow, agonizing process of waiting. The base camp, once a temporary outpost, was rapidly expanding into a small town, buzzing with activity. More specialized teams arrived, biohazard experts, structural engineers, linguists specializing in ancient languages, even experts in parapsychology, though their presence was kept quiet. The operation had moved far beyond conventional law enforcement. We were confined to the base camp, our movements restricted for our own safety, but also, I suspected, to maintain the integrity of our witness accounts and to prevent any leaks to the outside world. The government was clearly trying to keep a lid on this. News reports hinted at a massive environmental incident in the Uintas, a cover story for the true horror unfolding here. Sarah remained deeply affected. The nightmares were relentless, filled with masked faces, burning pits, and the agonized screams of unknown victims. During the day, she was withdrawn, her eyes often distant, her gaze fixed on something unseen. Loud noises made her jump. The faint smell of wood smoke, even from a distant campfire, would send her into a panic. Dr. Hansen worked tirelessly with her, helping her to find small moments of peace, but the shadows in her eyes remained. She rarely spoke, often just sitting in silence, clutching my hand. I, on the other hand, found a strange, unwelcome sense of purpose in the chaos. My rational brain, usually my anchor, was now working overtime, trying to find a logical framework for an illogical nightmare. I became an amateur sleuth, poring over the maps, listening intently to the fragments of information shared by the agents, searching for patterns, for clues. It was my way of coping, of trying to regain some sense of control over a situation that had utterly stripped it away. "They're very good at what they do," Agent Davies remarked one afternoon, observing my intense focus on a detailed topographical map of the region. She had become a frequent visitor, finding my observations surprisingly astute. "Years of practice, it seems. We've found evidence that their presence here dates back at least 30 years, possibly more. Disappearances that were once cold cases are now being reevaluated. And based on the cave's age and the entity's apparent longevity, their worship has been cyclical for centuries." 30 years, decades. The thought that this monstrous cult had been operating in the Uintas for so long, preying on unsuspecting hikers and campers, was utterly sickening. Our beloved wilderness, a place of peace and beauty, had been a charnel ground for generations. The agents were methodical, their professionalism a stark contrast to the primal horror they were uncovering. They shared stories, sanitized for our ears, of the tactical difficulties. The terrain itself was their ally. The cultists' knowledge of the land was unparalleled, and their methods of camouflage and evasion were extremely effective. They seemed to melt into the landscape. "We're dealing with a highly indoctrinated group," Agent Miller explained during one debriefing. They're not just criminals, they're zealots. They believe they're performing a sacred duty. This makes them incredibly dangerous and difficult to apprehend. They fight to the death, and they employ highly aggressive, unconventional tactics. The idea of people willingly participating in such depravity, believing it to be righteous, was almost as terrifying as the acts themselves. It spoke to a deep, dark corruption of the human spirit. One afternoon, a grim-faced Agent Miller came to our tent. We've made some progress, and unfortunately, some unsettling discoveries. We've identified some of their primary targets. They seem to focus on individuals who are experienced outdoorsmen, often solitary hikers or small, isolated groups, people who value solitude and are less likely to be missed immediately. My blood ran cold. That described us perfectly. We had been the ideal victims. Our desire for solitude, for remote, unnamed lakes, had led us directly into their jaws. They also target individuals with specific skills, Agent Davies added, her voice quiet. Survivalists, skilled hunters, people with knowledge of the land. It's almost as if they're recruiting resources, or perhaps absorbing abilities. The word absorbing sent a fresh shiver down my spine. It conjured images of something ancient, something that sought to consume and grow. It was a disturbing thought, one that connected to the primitive masks and the ritualistic nature of their violence. The more they uncovered, the more questions arose. What was the ultimate purpose of their rituals? Who was the entity they were sacrificing to? What was the significance of the old foot versus the fresh blood, the metallic sweet scent? The scent, Agent Davies clarified, tapping a file on her tablet. Our chemical analysts have identified it. It's a complex organic compound produced by the entity itself, a pheromone of sorts. It induces a state of heightened suggestibility in humans, making them more susceptible to influence, more pliable. The cultists use it to maintain control over new recruits, to deepen their indoctrination, and perhaps even to disorient their victims. A pheromone, that explained the vague unease, the sudden quiet, the heavy stillness we'd felt on the first night. It hadn't just been the remoteness. It had been an invisible, insidious influence, subtly altering our perceptions, preparing us for the horror. One evening, nearly 2 weeks after our rescue, I found myself staring at a map with Agent Davies. She had spread out a large, incredibly detailed topographical map of the entire Uinta's range, far beyond the initial area of interest. Tiny pins marked every known cult camp, every figurine discovery, every site of a past disappearance. The sheer number of pins was overwhelming, a terrifying constellation of death and desecration spread across hundreds of square miles. We're still mapping their full network, Agent Davies said, her voice unusually subdued. But it's clear they have multiple satellite camps, staging areas, observation points, and permanent settlement sites. This isn't just a few individuals. It's a fully entrenched, self-sufficient community, hidden in plain sight. My finger traced a line on the map, connecting the clusters of pins. They're strategically placed, along major game trails, near hidden water sources in defensible canyons. They know this land intimately. Better than anyone, it seems, she agreed. They've turned the wilderness into their own private domain, and they've been successful for so long because no one believed it was possible. No one looked deep enough. She paused, then turned to me, her sharp eyes unexpectedly direct. Mark, there's something else we need to clarify about the 30-second scream. You said you counted it precisely. Why 30 seconds? I felt a cold knot form in my stomach. I don't know, it was just unnaturally long, sustained. raw. It felt like an eternity, so I counted. It was exactly 30 seconds. Agent Davies nodded slowly, then turned back to the map. Her finger moved to a cluster of pins in a particularly remote, desolate section of the Uintas, far beyond where we had ventured. We've correlated your scream with a pattern of previous disappearances. Not all of them, but a significant number. In certain instances, prior to an individual vanishing, there were reports from other hikers, very few, mind you, of a distinct, prolonged scream heard in the wilderness. My breath caught in my throat. 30 seconds, I whispered. She looked at me, her expression grim. Often precisely 30 seconds. It appears to be a signature, a ritualistic element. Our linguists and anthropologists have found references in the cave carvings to a lament of the binding. They believe the scream is part of an ancient ritual meant to both celebrate a successful capture and, paradoxically, to temporarily subdue the sleeper when it stirs too violently, a release valve of sorts for its restlessness. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. The scream wasn't just a random act of terror. It was a deliberate, calculated element of their horrifying ritual, a signature of their monstrous work, a bizarre form of communication with their deity. And we had heard it. We had been present at the exact moment of its purpose. And the growl, I pressed, the pieces of the puzzle clicking into place, forming a picture more terrifying than I could have imagined. Is there any pattern to that? Agent Davies hesitated, then sighed. Less frequent, more localized, but yes, there are faint, unconfirmed reports, often near sites of recent activity. It's harder to pinpoint as most people dismiss it as an animal, but those who describe it, they describe it like you, deep, guttural, unidentifiable. We believe it's the entity itself reacting, a sign of its wakefulness. My blood ran cold. This wasn't just a cult of masked humans anymore. This was something far more ancient, far more monstrous, something that blurred the lines between the human and the animal, the primitive and the sophisticated. It was a horror that defied every logical explanation, every scientific understanding. The Uintas had always held secrets, but these secrets were alive, and they were deadly. They believe they're unlocking something, Agent Davies continued, her voice hushed. Some form of power, some ancient deity or entity, and they believe human sacrifice is the key to achieving that full awakening. The thought sent a wave of nausea through me, a profound revulsion that went beyond fear. The depravity was limitless. So what's the plan now? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. How do you stop something like that? Agent Davies looked out towards the mountains, her gaze distant. We continue to dismantle their network, camp by camp. We apprehend or neutralize every combatant. We rescue anyone we can. We gather every piece of evidence. It's a painstaking, dangerous operation. It could take months, years even. And the something else, I pressed. The growl, the entity. She turned back to me, her eyes hardened. We proceed with extreme caution. We have teams specifically trained for unusual threat assessment. Our biohazard teams are in the cave, trying to understand how to keep it contained, how to induce a deeper dormancy, or if necessary, how to eliminate it. But frankly, Mark, we're in uncharted territory. What you witnessed, it pushes the boundaries of anything we've ever encountered in a domestic context. The next few days were a blur of continued debriefings, psychological sessions, and the slow, agonizing process of waiting. The base camp hummed with activity, a constant reminder of the ongoing battle in the mountains. Helicopters came and went, sometimes bringing back injured agents, sometimes bringing back new, disturbing evidence. Sarah remained withdrawn, struggling deeply with the trauma. Dr. Hansen worked closely with her, helping her to find small moments of peace, but the shadows in her eyes remained. She rarely spoke, often just sitting in silence, clutching my hand. I, on the other hand, became more focused, almost hypervigilant. I absorbed every piece of information, every map, every theory. It was my way of coping, of trying to regain some sense of control over a situation that had utterly stripped it away. I felt a strange, unwelcome sense of responsibility. We had seen it. We had to help them understand it. One evening, nearly 3 weeks after our rescue, as the sun set over the distant peaks, painting the sky in a final, defiant blaze of orange and purple, Agent Miller called us into a secure tent. Agent Davies and Dr. Hansen were already there, along with a few other high-ranking officials I hadn't seen before. Their faces were grim. "Mark Sarah," Agent Miller began, his voice serious. "We have a new development. Our teams, in conjunction with the geological and structural engineers, have made a startling discovery within the cave system. The chamber holding the sleeper is not simply a natural cavern. It's part of a much larger, incredibly complex subterranean network. And deep within that network, our sensors have detected something unexpected." My heart pounded. Every new discovery seemed to deepen the horror, to expand the scale of the unimaginable. "What is it?" Sarah whispered, her voice barely audible. Agent Davies took over, her expression grave. Our geological scans, using ground-penetrating radar, revealed a series of interconnected chambers and tunnels extending far beneath the main cavern. And in one of the deepest, most isolated chambers, we found another entity. She paused, letting the implications sink in. Another entity. My blood ran cold. The Uintas, it seemed, were not just home to one ancient horror, but potentially an entire lineage, a network of unimaginable monsters hidden beneath the earth. "This second entity is different," Agent Davies continued, her voice hushed. "It's smaller, but the energy signature is potent, extremely potent, and it's active, very active. Our biosensors are picking up a much stronger, more rapid metabolic rate. It's not dormant like the sleeper. It appears to be incubating." Incubating, the word hung in the air, a chilling pronouncement. My mind immediately flashed to images of ancient, alien horrors of monstrous offspring. The thought sent a fresh wave of icy terror through my veins. The cult wasn't just awakening a monster, they were facilitating the birth of another. "The cultists," Agent Miller interjected, his voice tight with controlled anger. "They weren't just worshipping the sleeper. They were also protecting this progeny. They refer to it in some of their more obscure texts as the seedling or the harbinger. They believe its birth will be the true catalyst for the full awakening of the sleeper." "Its birth," I stammered, horrified. "How close is it?" Agent Davies looked at the officials, then back at us. "Our best estimates, based on the energy readings and the cult's own calendrical carvings in the chamber, suggest its emergence is imminent, within the next 24 to 48 hours. A collective gasp went around the room. Imminent. We were not just dealing with a contained horror. We were on the verge of an unimaginable ecological and existential catastrophe. The Uintas, once our sanctuary, was about to become a crucible. "What are you going to do?" Sarah whispered, her face ashen, her eyes wide with terror. Agent Miller looked at the high-ranking officials. "We have only one option. We have to prevent its birth. We have to breach that chamber and neutralize it before it emerges. This is an extinction-level threat. The full resources of the government are being mobilized for a direct assault on the inner sanctum." The reality of a direct assault, of a military force going up against something ancient and utterly alien, was almost too much to bear. But the alternative, the birth of another entity, was even more terrifying. "We're preparing the final assault teams now," Agent Davies confirmed, her voice grim. "It's going to be the most dangerous operation any of us have ever been a part of. We're going in heavily armed with specialized equipment, but we don't know what we're truly up against." He changed the slide. The image that appeared on the screen made my blood run cold, solidifying every impossible dread, every primal fear, every monstrous thought that had plagued us since that first night. It was a photograph of a colossal figure, half hidden in the cavern's shadows. It was vaguely humanoid, but twisted, monstrously deformed. Its skin was leathery, its limbs disproportionately long, ending in massive clawed hands. Its head was animalistic, with a blunt, powerful snout and glowing red eyes that seemed to burn even in the photograph. It was partially encased in a strange, organic-looking amber-like substance, almost like it was trapped or preserved. But it was clearly alive. Its mouth was agape, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. And surrounding it, almost like an offering, were dozens of the masked figurines, placed reverently on the ground. "We believe this is what they worship," Agent Miller said, his voice quiet, almost reverent in its horror. "This entity. It's in a state of stasis, perhaps, dormant, but it reacts to activity. The growl it emanates from this creature. And our best guess, based on ancient texts and geological surveys, is that it has been here buried deep within the Uintas for millennia." Sarah gasped, a choked, horrified sound. She buried her face in my shoulder, trembling violently. I stared at the image, utterly paralyzed by its horrifying implications. This wasn't just a cult. This was something far, far worse. Something ancient, alien, and utterly malevolent. The Uintas hadn't just been a hunting ground. It had been a prison, a sanctuary, a tomb, for an unspeakable entity that had now been reawakened, or at least stirred. The 30-second scream, the human sacrifices, the strange blend of primitive and modern horror that had consumed their world, it all converged on the image on the screen, a colossal, ancient evil lurking in the heart of the mountains. "We will need to move you and Sarah to an even more secure, off-site location before the assault begins," Dr. Hansen interjected, her voice firm. "You are primary witnesses, and your safety is paramount. We can't risk anything happening to you." My head snapped up. "No," I said, the words surprising even myself. "We're not leaving." Everyone in the tent looked at me, a mixture of surprise and concern on their faces. "Mark, you've done enough," Agent Miller said gently. "You've given us invaluable information. Your role here is complete. You need to get to safety." "No," I repeated, my voice stronger now, fueled by a strange mix of trauma, responsibility, and a fierce, almost desperate need to see this through. "We know this place. We've seen these cultists operate firsthand. We know what they're capable of, and we know what that thing is. We can help. We can guide your teams. We can identify their traps, their patterns, their weaknesses. We've survived them once. We can help you stop them." Sarah, who had been trembling beside me, slowly lifted her head. Her eyes, still wide and haunted, met mine, and I saw a flicker of determination, a shared resolve. "He's right," she whispered, her voice still shaky but firm. "We were there. We were in their territory. We smelled their pheromone. We saw their masks. We heard their chants. We saw what they did. We can't just walk away now, not when it's about to be born." Her gaze, filled with a newfound steel, swept across the faces of the agents. "Let us help. We have information you don't have, and we're not afraid anymore, not like before. We just need to finish this." A tense silence filled the tent. The officials exchanged glances, clearly weighing our unexpected request against the immense risk. Agent Miller studied us, his eyes piercing. He knew our exhaustion, our trauma, but he also knew the unique value of our first-hand experience. He knew the limitations of their intelligence, the unknown variables they were facing. Finally, he let out a long breath. This is highly unconventional and incredibly dangerous. We cannot guarantee your safety. You would be entering a combat zone, potentially facing combatants and an active, unknown entity. We understand the risks, I said, my voice unwavering. We've lived with them for weeks. Sarah nodded, her grip on my hand tightening. We won't be a liability. We'll follow every order, but we can help. Agent Miller looked at Agent Davies, who, after a moment's thought, gave a subtle, almost imperceptible nod. She understood the psychological advantage of having survivors who knew the enemy. "All right," Agent Miller said, his voice firm. "This is not a deployment. You are not combatants. You will be assigned to a forward observation and intelligence gathering unit. You will be heavily escorted, heavily armed, and you will follow every single order to the letter. The moment we perceive any risk to your safety, you will be extracted immediately. Understood?" "Understood," we both replied, our voices firm, a shared vow passing between us. The gravity of the decision settled over us. We had chosen to re-enter the nightmare, to face the very horrors that had almost consumed us. But it wasn't just about survival anymore. It was about fighting back, about ensuring that what happened in the Uintas would never happen again. The next few hours were a whirlwind of preparation. We were outfitted with new, specialized gear, tactical vests, helmets, encrypted comms, and advanced night vision goggles. The equipment felt heavy, alien on our familiar hiking bodies, but it also offered a strange, newfound sense of protection. We underwent an intensive, rapid-fire briefing on tactical protocols, communication procedures, and emergency extraction plans. Dr. Hansen gave us a final, heartfelt talk, emphasizing the importance of mental resilience and warning us about the psychological toll of re-exposure. Sarah was still pale, but her eyes held a fierce, almost defiant light. I felt a surge of pride and fear for her. We were in this together, and that bond was our strength. As twilight began to descend, painting the western peaks in hues of blood orange and bruised purple, the staging area for the assault teams became a hive of activity. Elite tactical units, their faces grim and determined, moved with quiet efficiency. Their gear gleamed under the camp lights, a stark contrast to the ancient, primitive horror we were about to confront. Agent Miller, now in full tactical gear, approached us. "The lead elements are deploying now. We're going in through the main cavern entrance. Your unit will follow them, observing from a secure position, providing real-time intelligence on cultist movements and potential traps. Remember, absolute silence, absolute stealth." I nodded, my stomach a knot of apprehension. What about the sleeper and the harbinger? "The primary objective is the harbinger chamber," Agent Davies, also fully geared, explained. "We need to neutralize it. Simultaneously, a containment team will reinforce the sleeper's chamber, attempting to induce deeper dormancy. This is a multi-pronged assault, designed for speed and overwhelming force." The thought of going back into that cave system, into the lair of ancient evil, was terrifying beyond words, but there was no turning back now. We joined our assigned unit, a small team of 4 highly trained operatives, led by a stern-faced woman named Sergeant Reyes. Their professionalism was immediately evident, their movements precise and coordinated. They accepted us without question, their trust earned by our ordeal and our willingness to return. The hike to the cavern entrance was long and silent, guided by the pale light of the moon and the glow of our night vision goggles. The wilderness, usually so familiar, now felt like a hostile alien landscape, every shadow a lurking threat, every sound a potential ambush. The metallic sweet pheromone was in the air again, faint but present, an invisible hand pressing down on our minds. As we neared the entrance to the main cavern, a massive, jagged maw in the side of a mountain, the air grew colder, heavier. A faint, low thrumming vibrated through the earth beneath our feet, a deep, resonant hum that spoke of unimaginable power stirring beneath the surface. It was the growl of the sleeper, more profound now, more awake. Sergeant Reyes held up a hand, bringing her team to a halt. We waited, concealed by a cluster of ancient pines, watching as the lead assault team entered the cavern, their dark forms swallowed by the immense darkness. Then the comms in our ears crackled, lead element in position, engaging cultist perimeter inside, expect heavy resistance. A moment later, muffled sounds drifted from the cavern entrance, distant shouts, the sharp crack of suppressed automatic gunfire, the thwack of arrows, and the chilling, guttural snarls of the masked cultists. The battle had begun. "All right, move up," Sergeant Reyes whispered, her voice steady. "Maintain formation, eyes and ears open." We followed, moving into the cavern's mouth. The air inside was cold and dank, thick with the pheromone, mixed with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the raw, earthy smell of the underground. The thrumming of the sleeper was louder here, a vibrating pulse that resonated deep in my bones. Our night vision goggles cast the cavern in an eerie green glow, revealing the rough, uneven rock walls, the dripping stalactites, and the vast, echoing space. Ahead, we could see flashes of light, hear the sharp reports of weapons, and the desperate cries of the cultists. We navigated through a labyrinth of narrow passages, guided by our unit, our senses on high alert. The atmosphere was charged with terror and adrenaline. The cultists, despite their primitive appearance, fought with a desperate, zealous ferocity, ambushing the assault teams from hidden crevices, launching volleys of arrows, and even using crude, explosive devices. "Cultist activity ahead, flank left," I whispered into my comms, having spotted movement through a narrow gap in the rock, remembering the cultists' stealthy movements from my previous encounter. Sergeant Reyes immediately relayed the information, and moments later, we heard a burst of gunfire, followed by the sound of bodies falling. My heart hammered, a mix of relief and profound unease. We were making a difference. We pushed deeper into the cave system, the sounds of battle ebbing and flowing, sometimes close, sometimes distant. The network of tunnels was immense, far more extensive than I had imagined. The ancient carvings on the walls became more frequent, more elaborate, depicting horrific rituals, grotesque figures, and a colossal, tentacled beast, eerily similar to the sleeper. Then, as we rounded a bend, the main cavern opened up before us. It was vast, cathedral-like, illuminated by the powerful tactical lights of the assault teams. In the center, partially encased in amber, was the sleeper, its monstrous form filling the space, its glowing red eyes now open, fixed on the chaos around it. Its deep thrumming intensified, a palpable force that made the very air vibrate. Around it, cultists fought desperately, forming a protective ring. And beyond them, towards a dark, unexplored passage, I saw a flurry of activity, a group of the most heavily adorned cultists retreating, clearly heading towards the Harbinger Chamber. Harbinger Chamber, straight ahead, I yelled into my comms, pointing. The most heavily armed cultists are retreating that way. Sergeant Reyes immediately relayed the information. Team Alpha, divert to Harbinger Chamber. Team Bravo, hold the line here. We pushed forward, following Team Alpha into a narrow, twisting passage. The thrumming of the sleeper was now a deafening roar, shaking the very foundations of the cavern. The ground trembled beneath our feet. The entity was waking. The passage was darker, the air thicker with the sweet pheromone. Ahead, a faint, sickly green light pulsed, growing brighter with every step. The Harbinger Chamber. Suddenly a cacophony erupted. Shouts, gunfire, and a new sound. A high-pitched, guttural shriek that was unlike anything I had ever heard. It was not human. It was monstrous, embryonic, yet utterly terrifying. "They're engaging the Harbinger," a voice crackled over the comms, filled with urgency. "It's active, bigger than anticipated." We burst into the Harbinger Chamber. It was a smaller, more intimate space, but infinitely more terrifying. In the center, bathed in a sickly green glow, was the second entity. We burst into the Harbinger Chamber. It was a smaller, more intimate space, but infinitely more terrifying. In the center, bathed in a sickly green glow, was the second entity. It was not the colossal, partially encased behemoth of the main cavern. This was different. Smaller, yes, but undeniably active. A writhing, pulsing mass of raw, embryonic horror. It was a nightmare-given form. A grotesque parody of life, roughly spherical, perhaps 10 feet in diameter, composed of shifting, translucent membranes that pulsated with an unholy light. Within its depths, I could make out rudimentary limbs, a developing head, and what looked like dozens of eyes, still closed but twitching beneath the thin, stretched skin. Tendrils, thick and glistening, writhed from its surface, some lashing wildly, others digging into the damp cavern floor, drawing sustenance from the very earth. The sickly green light wasn't just illumination. It emanated directly from the creature, throbbing in sync with its frenetic pulse. The high-pitched shriek we had heard earlier tore through the air again, a sound of immense pain and nascent power, vibrating through my very bones. The metallic sweet pheromone was overwhelming here, suffocating, making my head spin. My stomach clenched, bile rising in my throat. Around the entity, the elite assault team was locked in a brutal firefight with the most fanatical cultists. These weren't just zealots, they were berserkers, their animal masks lending them a demonic appearance in the green light. They fought with a suicidal ferocity, throwing themselves at the armed agents, their crude axes and knives clashing against modern weaponry. Arrows tipped with obsidian and bone flew through the air, some finding their mark, eliciting cries of pain from the agents. The cultists protecting the Harbinger were heavily adorned, their masks more elaborate, some with multiple horns or intricate feather arrangements, almost like shamanic leaders. They moved with a desperate, ritualistic grace, chanting low, guttural sounds even as they fought, their voices adding to the cacophony of gunfire and the Harbinger's piercing cries. Sergeant Reyes, her face grim, immediately took charge. Suppressing fire, prioritize cultists engaging the Harbinger directly. Team, lay down covering fire. Our unit opened fire, the crack of their suppressed rifles echoing in the chamber. The cultists, caught in the crossfire, fell. But for everyone that dropped, another seemed to emerge from the shadows, their eyes, visible through the crude slits of their masks, burning with an unholy zeal. My comms crackled. Lead element reporting heavy casualties. Harbinger is actively engaging. Its extending tendrils, highly corrosive, do not make direct contact. I saw it then. One of the Harbinger's thick, glistening tendrils whipped out, striking an agent who was trying to flank a group of cultists. The agent cried out, his tactical gear hissing and smoking where the tendril touched him. His skin beneath the fabric blistered instantly. He collapsed, clutching his arm, as other agents rushed to pull him back. This wasn't just a passive monster. It was defending itself, unconsciously or otherwise. Its birth was a violent, destructive process. Corrosive tendrils, I muttered into my comms, confirming the observation. Cultists are acting as a human shield, drawing fire from the Harbinger. Their primary focus is protecting the entity. Sarah beside me was pale but surprisingly focused. Her night vision goggles swept the chamber, her eyes picking out details I might have missed. "Mark, look," she whispered, pointing towards a niche in the rock wall. "More figurines. They're clustered there like a nest." I focused my goggles. She was right. Dozens of the grotesque wooden figurines were crammed into the niche, almost vibrating with the Harbinger's energy. It was a secondary cultist position, clearly an important one. "Figurines, north wall niche," I relayed, my voice urgent. "Potential cultist reinforcements or ritual site." Sergeant Reyes acknowledged and directed a small team to that position. The fighting was fierce, a desperate battle against fanatics in an alien environment. The air in the chamber was thick with the acrid smell of burnt ozone, gunpowder, and that sickeningly sweet pheromone. My head throbbed, and a faint disorientation began to set in, blurring the edges of my vision. "The pheromone is strong here," I choked into my comms, fighting to keep my focus. "It's affecting us. Stay sharp." The comms from the main cavern crackled. "Sleeper is destabilizing, tremors intensifying, containment teams reporting structural damage. We need to move on the Harbinger now." The ground beneath us bucked and swayed, a sickening lurch that threw several agents off balance. Dust and small rocks rained down from the ceiling. The sleeper was indeed waking, and its agitation was threatening the entire cave system. Agent Miller's voice, strained but resolute, cut through the comms. "Team Alpha, you have to breach the inner sanctum of the Harbinger chamber. Deploy the anti-materiel charges. We need to stop it before it fully emerges." Breach the inner sanctum. That meant going even deeper, past this main chamber, to the very core of the Harbinger's birth, and it meant facing whatever desperate measures the cultists had prepared. Sergeant Reyes rallied her team. "Forward, push through, we're going to the core." Our unit advanced, moving with precision, using suppressive fire to keep the cultists at bay. Mark and Sarah, embedded within the unit, provided critical real-time intelligence, identifying cultist positions, traps, and tactical maneuvers they had learned from observing the cult's patterns. Their knowledge of the cult's primitive methods, combined with the agents' advanced training, was proving invaluable. Suddenly, a massive cultist, adorned with a terrifying mask made from a bare skull, charged out from behind a stalagmite, wielding a wickedly sharp, obsidian-bladed axe. It moved with unnatural speed, aiming for the nearest agent. The agent fired, but the cultist absorbed the rounds, its zealotry seemingly granting it a horrifying resilience. "Left flank, big one," Sarah screamed, pointing. Sergeant Reyes, reacting instantly, spun and fired a burst, dropping the cultist with a precision shot to the head. It fell, its momentum carrying its body almost to the sergeant's feet. The bare skull mask clattered on the ground, revealing a face beneath, a young man, perhaps in his early 20s, his eyes wide and vacant, a terrible testament to his indoctrination. The fight raged on. We were making slow, bloody progress towards a narrow, heavily reinforced passage on the far side of the chamber, clearly the entrance to the Harbinger's deepest sanctuary. Cultists poured out of unseen openings, seemingly limitless in their numbers, determined to protect their deity. My own senses were heightened, almost painfully so. The pheromones swirled around me, making the air feel thick and viscous. I could almost feel the cultists' desperation, their fervent belief, their willingness to die. It was a terrifying, tangible presence. "I see tripwires," I yelled, pointing to faint, almost invisible lines stretched across the floor near the reinforced passage. Crude, but likely explosive. A tactical engineer immediately moved forward, carefully disarming the primitive booby traps. Our experience, our time spent in the wilderness, gave us an edge in identifying their unconventional methods. Just as the engineer cleared the last tripwire, the Harbinger shrieked again, a more sustained, ear-splitting sound that vibrated through the rock and rattled my teeth. Its pulsing green light intensified, momentarily blinding us. Then, with a sickening wet slurp, a new tendril, thicker and longer than the others, burst from its side. This one was different. It glowed with an internal, sickly purple light, and it began to lash out, not just at the agents, but at the cultists as well, as if its birth throes were indiscriminate in their destruction. The cultists, however, seemed to welcome its wrath. Some even moved towards the purple tendril, offering themselves to its corrosive touch, their desperate cries turning into a perverse ecstasy as they dissolved. "It's a sacrifice," Sarah cried, her voice horrified. "They're feeding it their own to speed its emergence." The realization was sickening. These fanatics were willing to become sustenance for their abomination. "Focus fire on the purple tendril," Sergeant Reyes commanded, her voice strained. "That's accelerating its birth. Cut it off." The agents redirected their fire, rounds tearing into the monstrous appendage. The Harbinger writhed, its shrieks intensifying, but the tendril slowly began to retract, its purple glow fading. It was a temporary victory, but a victory nonetheless. We finally reached the heavily reinforced passage. It was a natural tunnel, but the cultists had shored it up with rough-hewn timbers and packed earth, making it a formidable bottleneck. "Anti-materiel charges deployed," a voice announced over the comms. 5 seconds to detonation." "Brace for impact," Sergeant Reyes yelled, and her team instinctively hunkered down. I pressed Sarah close, shielding her head with my arm. The world erupted in a deafening roar. The passage ahead imploded, a torrent of rock, dust, and splintered timber blasting outwards. The force of the explosion threw us backward, slamming us against the damp cavern wall. My ears rang, and a blinding pain shot through my head. When the dust began to settle, revealing the newly opened passage, a new reality presented itself. The passage led into a deeper, smaller chamber, and there, bathed in an unholy, throbbing red light, was the source of the Harbinger's emergence. It was a vast, pulsating sac, embedded deep within a natural fissure in the rock, connected by thick, umbilical cords of organic matter to the very earth itself. And within it, the Harbinger was straining, pushing, its form now much more defined, its many eyes beginning to flicker open. It was almost fully formed. And standing guard around it, not fighting but praying, were a dozen of the most heavily adorned cultists. Their masks were intricate, grotesque masterpieces of bone and sinew, their robes stained with dried blood. They chanted in unison, their voices low and resonant, weaving a horrifying tapestry of sound that vibrated through the chamber. amplifying the red light, intensifying the pheromone, and hastening the birth. Their leader, a towering figure whose mask was a multi-horned ram's skull, stood directly before the pulsating sac, its arms raised in supplication, a massive obsidian blade clutched in its hands. "This is it," Agent Miller's voice boomed over the comms, a desperate urgency in his tone. "Team Alpha, neutralize the Harbinger now. Do not let it emerge." Sergeant Reyes moved with lightning speed, her rifle up, firing at the chanting cultists. Other agents followed, unleashing a hail of bullets. The cultists, however, were prepared. They didn't fight back. They simply stood, forming a living shield, absorbing the bullets, their bodies jerking and falling, but their chanting never faltering. Each one fell, only to be replaced by another, stepping forward to take their place. It was a chilling display of fanatical devotion. They were sacrificing themselves, not in battle, but as a final, desperate offering to ensure their deity's birth. "They're delaying us," Sarah cried, her voice filled with despair. "They're buying it time." I watched horrified as the pulsating sac began to tear, a glistening membrane stretching and ripping with each desperate push of the creature within. The red light intensified, bathing the chamber in a hellish glow. The Harbinger was coming. My mind, despite the chaos and the pervasive pheromone, snapped into a sudden, chilling clarity. I remembered Agent Davies' words, a lament of the binding, meant to temporarily subdue the sleeper when it stirs too violently, and the pheromone inducing suggestibility. An insane, desperate idea formed in my mind. It was a long shot, a gamble born of terror and desperation, but it was the only thing I could think of that might disrupt their ritual. The scream, I yelled into my comms, my voice hoarse. The 30-second scream, it's meant to subdue the sleeper. What if it affects the Harbinger too? What if it's a counter-ritual? Sergeant Reyes, her face a mask of grim determination as she reloaded her rifle, hesitated for a split second, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. "Explain, Mark, quick." "The linguists," I shouted, adrenaline coursing through me. "They called it a lament of the binding. It's a sonic ritual. Maybe it works on the Harbinger too. A specific sound frequency, or just raw, concentrated terror for a precise duration." The cult leader, sensing our desperation, let out a triumphant, guttural roar, raising its obsidian blade high. The sack ripped open further, revealing more of the Harbinger's monstrous head, its many eyes now wide open, staring directly at us, glowing with an unholy intelligence. "It's too late," Sarah screamed, tears streaming down her face. "It's coming out." "There's no time for analysis." Agent Miller's voice crackled, laced with urgency. "Mark, Sarah, can you replicate it?" The scream. My heart hammered. Replicate it. Replicate that sound of pure, unadulterated terror. The thought was terrifying, but the alternative was annihilation. I looked at Sarah. Her eyes, filled with fear, also held a fierce, desperate resolve. She nodded, her chin trembling. We had heard it, felt its power, understood its duration. We were the only ones who truly knew it. "Yes," I yelled into the comms. "We can try. Get ready." "All right, all teams," Sergeant Reyes bellowed, her voice cutting through the din. "Cease fire. Prepare for sonic disruption. Get Mark and Sarah to the front. Cover them." The firing momentarily stopped, creating a terrifying vacuum of silence in the chamber. The cultists, bewildered by the sudden cessation of hostilities, paused their chanting, their masked heads tilting. Sergeant Rey's team, with incredible speed, formed a protective semicircle around us. their weapons pointed at the cultists, ready to unleash a barrage of fire if needed. They positioned us directly facing the pulsating sack, the emerging harbinger, and the cult leader. The cult leader, its ram skull mask seeming to radiate malevolence, saw us. It let out another triumphant roar, its obsidian blade still raised. The harbinger, now mostly free from its sack, was writhing, pulling its colossal, multi-limbed body out, its glowing eyes fixed on us. I looked at Sarah. Her face was pale, her lips trembling, but her eyes were locked on the monstrous entity. We both knew what we had to do. We had to channel every ounce of terror, every memory of the last few weeks, every drop of primal fear we had ever experienced, and unleash it. We took a deep, shuddering breath. The pheromone was thick, nauseating. The red light pulsated, distorting everything. The ground still trembled from the sleeper's distant thrashing. And then we screamed. It started as a single, raw, high-pitched wail, a sound ripped from the deepest, most primal parts of our souls. It was a shriek of pure, unadulterated terror, echoing through the chamber, amplified by the cavern's acoustics. We poured every fiber of our beings into it, reliving the moment we had first heard it, drawing upon the horror of the old foot, the masked figures, the burning pit, the sacrificial platform, and now the monstrous harbinger. The cultists flinched, their chanting dying entirely. Their masked heads snapped towards us, their movements confused. The ram-skull leader, its blade still raised, froze, its arms visibly shaking. The harbinger itself recoiled. Its numerous eyes, which had been glowing with malevolent intelligence, suddenly widened in what looked like confusion, then agony. Its high-pitched shriek stuttered, morphing into a guttural moan. Its emerging tendrils, which had been lashing out, curled back in on themselves. Its pulsating, red light dimmed, flickering erratically. We kept screaming, our throats raw, our lungs burning, the sound a continuous, agonizing torrent. We counted in our heads, just as I had that first night, stretching the scream, holding the pitch, pushing past the pain, past the nausea, past the sheer exhaustion. The cult leader stumbled back, dropping its obsidian blade with a clatter. It clutched its masked head, its body racked with visible tremors, as if our scream was inflicting physical pain. The remaining cultists scattered, some collapsing to the ground, writhing. The sound was doing something to them, something profound and disorienting. The harbinger, fully exposed from its sack, continued to writhe, its colossal body convulsing violently. Its green and purple tendrils thrashed wildly, striking the cavern walls, causing small rock falls. Its moans grew louder, deeper, less a shriek of emerging power and more a lament of unbearable agony. The red light of the chamber flickered, dying down to a dull, almost imperceptible glow. 20 seconds, 25 seconds. The scream was tearing at my throat, fire burning in my lungs, my vision blurring at the edges. Sarah's hand, still clasped in mine, was slick with sweat, but her grip was like a vice, mirroring my own desperate hold. 30 seconds. Exactly 30 seconds after it began, the scream died. It didn't fade. It simply cut off, abruptly, leaving a terrifying, absolute silence in its wake. My ears rang, a high-pitched whine filling my head. My throat was on fire. The silence was broken only by the rapid, ragged breathing of Sarah and me, and the distant, agitated thrumming of the sleeper from the main cavern. In the harbinger chamber, the effect was immediate and profound. The cult leader was on its knees, clutching its head, its body still trembling uncontrollably. The scattered cultists were either collapsed and unresponsive, or staggering blindly, completely disoriented, some clawing at their masks as if trying to rip them off. And the harbinger, it was still. The monstrous entity, which moments ago had been writhing and pushing its way into the world, was now completely motionless. Its glowing eyes were closed, its tendrils limp and still. The sickly green light that emanated from it had completely vanished. It was encased in a fresh, thick layer of the same organic-looking amber-like substance that trapped the sleeper, but this one was opaque, almost a dull, sickly gray. It looked like it had been flash frozen or instantly entombed. A new strange silence, one of awe and disbelief, descended upon the chamber. The agents, their weapons still raised, stared, utterly stunned, at the suddenly inert harbinger. Sergeant Reyes was the first to speak, her voice a strained whisper through the comms. "Marcus, Sarah, what was that?" I could only gasp, my throat raw. "The lament of the binding," Sarah choked out, her voice raspy. "It worked. It put it back to sleep, or froze it." Agent Miller's voice, a mixture of shock and profound relief, cut through the comms. "Unbelievable. Containment Team Alpha, secure the Harbinger. Confirm status. All other teams re-engage cultists. Apprehend all remaining targets." The spell was broken. The tactical teams, regaining their composure, moved swiftly, apprehending the disoriented cultists. Those who still resisted or showed signs of self-sacrificial fervor were quickly neutralized. I looked at Sarah. Her face was streaked with dirt and tears, her eyes wide and bloodshot, but there was a flicker of something new there. Not just fear or trauma, but a profound, almost dizzying sense of accomplishment. We had done it. We had replicated the scream. We had stopped the birth of the Harbinger. Agent Miller, now in the chamber, approached us, his face a mixture of grim professionalism and utter astonishment. I don't know what to say. You saved us. You saved everything. This is beyond anything we could have prepared for." He looked at the frozen harbinger, then back at us, his eyes filled with a new kind of respect, a recognition of something ancient and powerful that we had inadvertently tapped into. "What about the sleeper?" I croaked, my throat still burning. "Containment teams are reporting a significant decrease in seismic activity and energy signatures." Agent Davies' voice replied over the comms, a note of cautious triumph in her tone. "Your scream appears to have affected the sleeper as well. It's returning to a deeper dormancy. The containment teams are proceeding with permanent seals." A wave of dizzying relief washed over me. We had not only stopped the Harbinger, but we had inadvertently helped contain the colossal sleeper. The immediate threat was over. The battle for the inner sanctum was won, but the silence in the Harbinger chamber, broken only by the cautious movements of the tactical teams and the distant thrum of the sleeper returning to its slumber, was still heavy with untold secrets. The Uintas, our beloved wilderness, had revealed its deepest, most terrifying truth, and we, Mark and Sarah, had faced it, screamed it back into submission, and survived. But the price of that survival, the indelible stain on our souls, was a burden we knew we would carry forever. We were safe for now, but the world, as we knew it, had profoundly changed, and the chilling echo of that 30-second scream would haunt us until our dying day. The true work, the true processing of what we had experienced, was only just beginning. The tactical teams moved with swift, professional efficiency, securing the now inert Harbinger. Engineers, clad in specialized hazmat suits, rushed into the chamber, deploying containment fields and scanning devices around the monstrous, amber-encased entity. Cultists, disoriented and whimpering, were quickly subdued, their grotesque masks removed, revealing blank, indoctrinated faces. The chamber, moments ago a vortex of terror, was now a scene of methodical, grim control. Agent Miller approached us, his face a mixture of awe and profound exhaustion. He pulled Mark and Sarah into a firm embrace, a rare display of emotion for the hardened agent. "You did it," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. "You actually did it. You saved us all." Sergeant Reyes, wiping grime from her cheek, clapped me on the shoulder, a silent testament to our unlikely contribution. "Good work, Mark. Sarah, better than any intel briefing. That scream, I'll never forget it." Dr. Hansen, who had rushed into the chamber with the medical teams, gently led us away from the immediate chaos. Paramedics immediately checked our vitals, our throats still raw and burning, our bodies shaking with residual adrenaline. The pheromones' influence was already receding, replaced by a dull ache in our heads. The sickening sweet smell lingered, but it was no longer overwhelming. "We need to get you both out of here, back to the base camp," Dr. Hansen said, her voice steady and kind. "You've pushed yourselves past every limit. You need rest, deep rest, away from this place." As we were escorted out of the Harbinger chamber, I took one last look at the monstrous entity. Frozen, inert, but its presence was a scar on the very fabric of reality. The image of its emerging eyes, its writhing tendrils, would be etched into my memory forever. The journey back through the labyrinthine cave system was different. The main cavern was calmer, the sleepers thrumming now a distant, almost imperceptible tremor. Containment teams were at work, deploying heavy blast doors and geological anchors to seal off its chamber permanently. Cultists, either dead or apprehended, littered the passages, their masks removed, revealing the chilling ordinariness of their faces. They were just people, twisted, indoctrinated people. Emerging from the cavern entrance into the pre-dawn light felt like stepping into a different world. The crisp mountain air, the distant chirping of birds, it was a jarring return to normalcy after the subterranean nightmare. The base camp, now fully operational, was a welcome sight, a beacon of human order against the wilderness's revealed chaos. The debriefing process that followed was exhaustive, stretching over the next few days. We recounted our experiences countless times, each repetition peeling back another layer of the trauma, revealing new details to the ever-present agents and specialists. Agent Miller, Agent Davies, Dr. Hansen, and a host of other experts hung on our every word, asking incredibly specific questions about the scream, its duration, its emotional content, and its exact effect on the entities and the cultists. Your ability to replicate that specific sonic frequency, to channel that raw, primal terror for exactly 30 seconds, it's unprecedented, Agent Davies explained, her eyes wide with a mixture of scientific curiosity and wonder. Our analysis confirms it created a unique sonic resonance that disrupted the Harbinger's emergent state and simultaneously induced a deeper dormancy in the sleeper. It was a perfect, almost preordained counter-ritual. The idea that our own terror, our own trauma, had become a weapon against the very things that had caused it was a profound and unsettling revelation. We had, in essence, fought fire with fire, using their own twisted ritual against them. The cult, now severely crippled, was being systematically dismantled. With the main entity contained and its progeny neutralized, their core purpose was shattered. The apprehended cultists, numbering in the hundreds, were being processed. Many were found to be deeply indoctrinated, their minds shattered by years of isolation and pheromone exposure, making rehabilitation a daunting task. They genuinely believed they were ushering in a new age, a rebirth, Dr. Hansen explained during one of our therapy sessions. They saw the sleeper and the harbinger as deities, not monsters. Their loyalty was absolute. The government's plan for the Uintas was extensive. The entire region was being designated a restricted zone under the guise of an ongoing environmental remediation and extreme hazard operation. The cave system was to be sealed permanently, reinforced with advanced geological engineering to ensure the sleeper and the harbinger would remain entombed. Remote sensors, sonic dampeners, and chemical agents were being deployed to maintain their dormancy and neutralize any lingering pheromone effects. The secret of what lies beneath the Uintas will be maintained at all costs, Agent Miller stated, his voice firm. The world is not ready for this, and frankly, we don't want to give anyone else ideas. Our official narrative, carefully crafted by the agencies, would be that we were two experienced backpackers who had stumbled upon an isolated, dangerous, and heavily armed extremist survivalist cult and had narrowly escaped. The environmental incident was the cover for the massive operation to neutralize them. The deeper, more monstrous truth would remain buried, a secret held by a select few. After nearly a month at the base camp, undergoing rigorous medical and psychological assessments, the time finally came for us to leave. Dr. Hansen had worked tirelessly with Sarah, helping her to process the profound trauma. Sarah was still withdrawn, prone to flashbacks, and forever changed by what she had witnessed, but she was fighting. She was finding a path towards healing, albeit a long and difficult one. I too was changed. The Uintas, once my sanctuary, would forever be tainted by the knowledge of what lurked beneath. The beauty was still there, but it was now laced with an unsettling undertone, a constant reminder of the thin veil between our perceived reality and the ancient horrors that lay hidden. My rational mind still wrestled with the impossible, but I had learned to accept that some truths simply defy logic. As we packed our few belongings, the standard issue clothes now feeling almost normal, Agent Miller and Agent Davies came to see us off. They had arranged for us to be relocated to a quiet, anonymous town far from Utah, with new identities and ongoing support. Your lives as you knew them are over, Agent Davies said, her voice softer than I had ever heard it. But you have a chance to build new ones. Don't waste it. And never forget what you did here. You saved countless lives. We also have a responsibility, I replied, my gaze lingering on the distant peaks of the Uintas. To bear witness, to remember. Agent Miller nodded, and you will, but in silence, for the safety of everyone. Our departure was quiet, unmarked. A black SUV, indistinguishable from any other, drove us away from the now bustling base camp, away from the mountains, towards a future that was both uncertain and profoundly altered. As the Uintas faded into the rearview mirror, replaced by the mundane sprawl of towns and highways, a heavy silence settled between Sarah and me. We clutched hands, a silent testament to our shared ordeal, our unbreakable bond forged in the crucible of unimaginable terror. The world outside looked the same, but it was not the same. We saw the masks in every crowd, heard the phantom growl in every distant rumble. The air no longer smelled of pine and damp earth, but of that cloying, metallic sweet pheromone. The peace and solitude of the wilderness, once a source of comfort, now held a terrifying, dangerous resonance. We had survived, we were safe, but the 30-second scream, the image of the masked figures, the pulsating entities in the dark earth, they would live within us, an indelible stain, a haunting echo, a permanent reminder of the day the Uintas revealed its deepest, most terrifying truth. And we, Mark and Sarah, were its reluctant, forever changed witnesses. The true work of healing, of learning to live with the impossible, was only just beginning.